Oh. Sorry, YouTube, you can't hear this sweet lo-fi track. Hello, it's Friday. That's right. It's everybody's favorite day because most of us have been just curmudgeoned into this kind of 5-day work week deal, and it ends today. We've had enough. It's the end of the week. We're officially going to rebel. We're going to form a worldwide union and do fuck all on Saturday and Sunday. How you doing? Good to see everybody. I hope you are well. It's me, your dear streamer friend and or parasocial lover, Chlorokin, with probably the world's best hairstyling and only the freshest tunes, you know, the coolest visuals, talking about the most bleeding edge mechanics. You know what it is. I love how I butchered this so bad and it's just stuck. Thanks for converting a Prime to a Tech 1 sub. I don't even know what that is. I love it though. Lucas said I got mentioned on the CCP stream before. Yeah. No, the Nomad Tail got mentioned or whatever. Which is cool. I guess in a way, like, I'm just a player doing my thing, but I wonder if I'd let them down by saying I'm not going to use it. I mean, I gotta call balls and strikes, right? Someone stole your sofa. Well, I had it there so I could play Baldur's Gate 3 with my girlfriend and actually hear her, but we beat it, so I put it back over there for the cat with the sunlight, and you know what it is. What's up, YouTube? How you doing? Saris Feel, Ivan, good to see you. Should be a chill stream today. We're gonna go down the entire patch notes. I'm gonna take all this gas from this Vital Core reservoir here, and then if we have time, we'll look at this new client switcher somebody built called Nicotine. And then if we still have time after that, we'll maybe look at the SKINR and try to make some Panther skins. I already made one. I call it Hypnotized Seafoam. I'll show you that later. First things first, I will say hello to everybody over on Twitch, and we'll take a look at the patch notes together. Now, we've already been covering these changes pretty thoroughly, I think, as for this channel standards. I mean, you have chatters like Drone Bay who actually break it down and aren't lazy like me. But I think we've been covering this one more than most patches. So what this kind of leads me to believe is that, you know, we'll probably go through the patch notes relatively quickly. You know what I mean? Anyway, let me come real quick through here and say hello to folks. P9, first chat of the day. What's up, gangster? I did a Discord notification. That's how they get here so early. I gotta remember to do it later. Lucas, good to see you. Parody is here. Grinding Faith is here. Hello, OG. What's up, Faith? Snowflake is here. The Drone Bay is here, guys. If you haven't seen it, Drone Bay also makes videos. I tend to like to link videos of chatters and friends of the show if they're actually useful, and he makes useful videos, so you might see me linking a couple of his things. T-Cougs was poppin' slime. How you doing? Seen the CSM results. No, you want to link that to me? Gravy's here. Peter Pinecone is here. How y'all doing? Gravy brought a ship out to UW9, ready to blops with us. Feels blops, man. Ah, they missed. Are they gonna miss the next shot though? Ah. I hit, but I'm alive. Amazing. This game's incredible. If you're wondering what's going on here, I am in a cucaracha ship. It's invincible. Toto is here. What's poppin'? Salsui is here. Morning, evening, afternoon, night, day. People pretty much covered all potential circadian rhythms there, including the crepuscular and the nocturnal. 3, what's going on? Welcome back. Jerky's here. Ahoy, sailors. How are you? What's going on? Skento says, great day to all. No work now. I love that. Rich people don't get to dictate to us for a couple days what we do. Fuck yeah, dude. I love that energy. I may be a goofball, but, you know. Haas is here. What's up, gangster? Got a flower for us. Such a sweetie. Parody says, best streamer, best stream. Someone stole your sofa, bro. Fuck your couch. Finished the game, so she gone and took her sofa. Nah, we beat it, so we'll take a little break and go back and try it on harder difficulty next time. Cat runs the show deservedly. Yeah, my cat rules. My cat rules. She's the best. Machina, what's up? It's that super famous nomad guy they mentioned on the stream. Yeah, too. I heard him famous. I don't necessarily think it's true though. I think I'm still a scrub. Odysseus is even more expensive than indicated on stream. 250k LP and 250 million for a blueprint. Wait, 5 bill? Isn't it gonna be I thought it was gonna be 2 bill before. They said they want to make it orca priced. Some number, how you doing? Ivan says, despite my efforts, I'm growing steadily. Nah, it's pretty. I found my numbers, right? Let's look at these patch notes though, yeah. Just real quick, if you're wondering what's going on here, we have a Jedi mind trick going, right? In a Vito core. So, you can see we're quite close to everything. It's pretty important. So anyway, with that said, let's get to the part that's important here. Catalyst expansions note 6 screenshot here. I gotta say, that looks nice. What is that? Is that like, what is that? What is even going on in the background there? That's some wild shit I've never seen before. The 250k LP will make it in super short supply, really? Techno says their partner wanted to report that red plums are indeed delicious. It's so true. It's like such a treat. I'm gonna eat a brown parrot today, an Asian brown parrot today. I had one yesterday. They're also good. Red plums are definitely more delicious than... If you are a tart lover, if you love that tart flavor, oh, red plums are just such a treat. Normal plums don't do it for me. I mean, they're fine, but I don't care about them. All right. But yeah, I'm a big enjoyer of pears as well. And every so often I get like the big brown ones and they're just unbelievable. They're like twice as crisp as an apple, but they have that kind of pear graininess to them and they're just full of water. And it's just delicious. No better way to hydrate than to eat some frizzoot. Mad Mike, what's up? They confirmed LP costs on Odysseus? Yeah, they're saying it's 250k confirmed now. Ivan, hope you're having a good day, bro. Good to see you. Burner Mission 05 gives about 12k LP. Fascinating. Brown pear sounds like such a euphemism. Here in the States, we call this fruit Asian brown pear. I don't know what it's called elsewhere. It's probably called apple pear elsewhere, if I had to guess. What's up, Nintendo? What's up, Manny? Welcome. We're about to look at some patch notes here right quick. And we pretty much know what to expect, but we're going to get the numbers here. So anyway, welcome to the stream. I hope you are well. You know, admittedly, my stream is kind of drifting towards a more casual talking stream than it is a high action stream. And I dramatically prefer it that way. But we'll still have time to do fun stuff when the motivation kicks up. But right now, I'm spoiled for choice on what to talk about. So many cool things. Pookie said, "Oi, bro, what are we doing tonight?" Not much. Just chilling, looking at the new changes coming up in 4 days. Somebody made a pretty hefty Windows switcher for Linux. They call it Nicotine. Where's their website? They built a funny website too. I don't know about the branding. It's whatever. It's all good. It's an adult game. It's pretty nuts. So I'd like to look at this today. I don't think I'm going to test it on stream, but I think I'm going to look at this and go through the code and kind of see what's going on with this. Looks really clever. I'm not really sure what it's all going to entail, but this is probably, if it's what I think it is, this will probably be something we can recommend in the future, right? Another thing I want to do today is watch Donkey's video on Arc Raiders. It's like 6 minutes long or 11 minutes long. I'm sure he has like the best takes on it. Don't ask. I'm just a fan. That's all. And then, of course, I made a Panther skin that I want to potentially show off and make more of. So just a normal day in the neighborhood, doing a vital core in the background. I thought somebody cleared the rats from this place, but they just took the full 24 minutes to spawn. Oh, are you playing the Orc Raiders? No, I'm not. I'm not really so big into shooters these days, and that's putting it lightly. I don't play shooters anymore. Let's just say what it is. I have been cracking open a little dotes though. I've been slowly repairing an account's behavior score in some dotes that I last played 2 years ago. And how do you do that? Very simple. Just spam IO, just constantly. And just heal the best player on your team. And you win every game. I put about 2K hours in a hunt. I'm sick of shooters. Hunt Showdown. You know what's funny is years ago, I had a friend in Eve, this German feller, and he asked me if I wanted to play like the alpha of Hunt Showdown. I'm like, all right, man, I don't know what the fuck this is. Sure. He wanted someone to play with, I think. Okay. And like I get the game and like I'm downloading it, like barely runs on my computer. I had a piece of shit then. And so I'm like, all right, thanks, bro. And then like years and years and years later, like it's been like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how long it's been. It's been so long since that time. People were like now talking about Hunt Showdown. I'm like, really? Interesting. What I played was goofy as hell. But then again, I'm not the intended audience. I'm sure it's come a long way. What I remember was there was like baddies, like PvE things. It was an extraction shooter with like horror elements and like chases and like, but also FPS elements and like terrain. I don't know. Definitely not my thing. But I just couldn't believe. Yeah, okay. So it's been around forever. So I'm assuming it's changed a lot. That's why it's popular now or something. I don't know. I don't even give a fuck. But it's just funny how like this old game I played some like alpha of is like now pretty heavily played. Also, I never hear people talk about it when we talk about extraction shooters. Anyway, fuck Hunt Showdown. Let's talk about the patch notes here. If you guys missed it yesterday, we watched kind of like a dev talk about the 2D map, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but I was so happy. I was moaning. I was literally just hard moaning on the microphone and making people uncomfortable as hell. It was brutal. People were threatening to clip me. It was getting out of control. Like people were just be like, dude, we're gonna clip this. But anyway, so the map is just an absolutely unbelievably positive change to Eve. And I suppose it's always useful to give the backgrounding for those that may not understand it or agree with it. The background is that this game has a very strong public database, has a very strong API, meaning you can get lots of information from the game, right? And so what we would typically do in Eve we would use websites to display information about locations or the people in them. Biggest example is using .land to see activity in a region. It's like the most straightforward example. You could technically try to do it in game, but it was an absolute clusterfuck and it was borderline unusable. They have in 2025 finally had like the time to address this from the ground up, and they have built a 2D version of the star map, not an abstract flattened, but an actual abstract artistic 2D map. And instead of Dotland's utilitarian placement style, where he just kind of grabs it and like does it in an order that like looks clean, they've done like a little bit of artistic liberty here, and it looks great. Now, looking good is one thing, but is it functional? Yes. In fact, they've given us the control levers to actually manipulate the data that's displayed, the colors, the size, the numbers. Pretty much, it looks like just about everything in there is customizable now, which, you know, this pleases the Chloroke. And Crispy Chicken says, I'm a new player and start to like the idea of having a command tower in a wormhole space. Question, regular force field, other ships cannot enter. Yeah, so it's basically an invisible wall, correct, unless you have the password or you're allowed in because of the roles. So what happens inside of a force field in a player-owned starbase, Crispy, is if you have the password or you own it, you're allowed in. Everybody else would just hit it like a wall. They also can't target you inside. You also can't target outside. There's a lot that goes into the mechanics, but just understand it as a fishbowl. And once you're in it, nobody can touch you. They have to actually break the glass, which has minimum 14 million HP. Right? What's up, Deboo? Can I warp out of it? Yep. Yeah, you can warp in and out of it. In fact, that's the preferred method of a pause. I mean, hell, man, you can just set one up wherever and just give it some mechanical testing, even in K-space. Nobody's going to stop you. You just pull it right down. Yep. How squishy are passes? Well, the smallest, easiest pass has 14 million HP, right? It also has the potential to reinforce or become invulnerable for 41 hours. So even the squishiest pass is like, it's a whole thing. Now, if we're talking about an actual tanked faction large control tower, I mean, like, how many dreads do you have? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, there's just no way. The numbers get dirty. So anyway, the map is like definitely number 2 most important thing on this patch for me. The most important, of course, is the Outrider, but the map is just super sweet. When are CCP gonna finally remove passcode? Pass is less squishy compared to Astrohoos. True, Astrohoos does get the double reinforced timer though. Back in the day, they got 3 timers. Astrohoos used to be ridiculously tanky. What's up, Gerald? Astavon, welcome to the stream. I don't think they're ever going to remove starbases, mate. I think it's unironically what everybody says it is, and it's just too complicated to tinker. What's that burning smell? Oh wait, it's just Horde, says Sarah's Field. Damn, that's cold, dude. Horde, don't listen to him. He's bullying you. He's bullying you because because he's jealous of how fast your alliance collapsed when Gobbins sold you down the river because he got bored. Sorry. I had to do it to you. No one at CCP knows how it works, yeah. Ooh. Thanks to Boo. He saved me. Yeah, I mean, you do see that with... I don't really know much about software engineering, of course. But you do hear about this, where you have legacy code bases that are kind of hard to understand because of lack of clarity in the code or lack of commenting or whatever. What have you? Almost finished with this first trip already, so that's pretty cool. We'll just dump it in a jet can somewhere. So the star map is huge. I am freakishly excited for this, and this is good for a number of reasons. I'm going to use these maps in a Nomad Tale. Now that we have an official artistic rendition of the maps in-game, I can use this to build localities and to tell stories. So I'm very happy that it's both functional and beautiful. What's up, Blue-Gray? There's a miss parenthesis in the passcode. Yeah, exactly. Old Bobby Tables, right? How y'all doing today? Zelenzer. Not sure how to say it, but you know it. It's a cool name. Vakna says, what other people were talking about Pandemic Hard Burning? Any idea how other no alliances work? Would any of them allow an individual to make their own indie park, or is everything everywhere on lockdown unless you rent? No, I mean, you can certainly get into groups, mate. There's so many corporations within the alliances. You can certainly find a place to do indie, but, you know, why would they want you? I'd start there. You know, are you fun to be around? Like, can you offer something? Like, do you know people? Patch notes? Yeah, I got you. Blackbeard says, I'm sorry, Chlorocan, I can't do the thing from you too. It's okay. You Gucci. I don't even know what the thing is, but I love you. Whatever it is, Blackbeard. I'm Blackbeard. Most no groups will accept you just because you're an extra body, yeah. But if you want to set up an indie park, I mean, you can't just join and set up an indie park with like 10 accounts and a bunch of buildings. You would have to do a little bit of asking around and being honest, but I can't imagine they wouldn't want your indie, right? Was this the video I boosted in my Discord, or is this a different one? Yeah. Yo, look, I posted it on my Discord. It says, friend of the show, Drone Bay, has a patch breakdown on YouTube also for those who don't like streams. Look at that. Oh my god. How sweet am I? Yeah, honestly, we might run out of time. We might need to fill time later today if I want to get this whole gas cloud. This shit takes hours, so we'll see. I got you up. Haven't looked at Discord a bit? Yeah, no. I just want to know if you made another one. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker doesn't sleep. He just makes vidjas. I love it when people make videos, dude. Meme PvP. Fits and doctrines for new mining decies. Doltra, what's up, buddy? So yeah, the 2D map is huge. This may not be really sexy to new players, but trust me, veterans and mid-game players who have been playing, I don't know, for a better part of a decade at least, like this is just unbelievably like Craigasm. So let's skip past this. So we have mining UI UX improvements. We have kind of the survey scanner kind of popping up on the overlay or in space, which is really cool. I like these effects. I think these are good. Passive mining surveys, cargo hold capacity indicators, faster mining cycles, mining crits. This is for ore and ice, not gas, right? Mining cycle rounding. One compression hotkeys, cool. We obviously have this whole phase asteroid belt thing, which is kind of like a group or a very strong multi-box mining situation. You kind of like summon it and like it's almost like a, I don't know. It's almost like a reserve key, right? You just like siphon stuff out of it and it gets more and more and more. So this will give you prismaticite. Prismaticite, I guess, is literally just all the mineral types, just random, I guess. I don't know how it works. Voxna says I probably have 50 bill worth of blueprints. I mean, yeah, I mean, dude, I can't imagine a corp wouldn't want you if you're a good industrialist. I mean, shit. Yeah, I think it's one of these situations where you're just overthinking it. It's like, yeah, dude, you don't have to worry about if they want you. You should be like, do I want to play with them? Like, like what can they offer me? You know, like, dude, the worker in this case, the alliance member has the power. Remember that. But only if you're aware. Mining content, we have revamped asteroid belt remnants, Kernite Amber anomalies will now spawn in all high security space. They've kind of rebalanced mining a little bit. If you guys are into asteroids, I mean, there are some pretty significant changes in this patch. I don't really do asteroids like that. Not because I'm too good, just because I never had the interest. Bunch of changes to kind of the meta of mining. Mining missions. They've redone kind of the way they look. Mining mutaplasmids. This is pretty fascinating. I mean, the fact that we're getting gas cloud scoop mining mutaplasmids. I think this is the first time I've seen this confirmed. Holy shit balls. Well, I know what I'm doing with that 300 billion-esque. Dumping it all on fucking gas cloud. Scoop mutoplasmids. Holy shit. Unironically hype as fuck. I mean, people, I guess, told me that it was probably going to apply to them. I just didn't have confirmation until now, I guess. Gas Cloud Syndicate scoops are no ball? Oh, yeah, dude. I switched to the Cindy's like a while ago now. I'm definitely going to roll them all. Vakna says, I don't know why I decided to say it like that. I just wanted to be cool. Vakna says, I used to be one of those corps and I had a kid, then I got back to Eve. I've just been in Pandemic Horde, building things and joining Zero Fleets. I mean, yeah, dude, not every corp expects you to be a fighter, even though they'll like tell you to do that. If you're like making shit, just, yeah, find something that works for you. Don't settle. Cindy Scoop Gamba stream when? Yeah, I'll stream me rolling my Cindy's, trying to get them high. Yeah, sure. I don't care how much I spend either, so it'll be good content. So we obviously have a slew of new ships, but we're going to get into this momentarily. In fact, let me just drop the ore off at a location of my choosing. Very simple formula here. You scoop the gas, you drop the gas, you scoop the gas, you drop the gas, you compress the gas, you repeat, you haul the gas, you build the gas, you sell the ships, you scoop the gas, you haul the gas, you drop the gas. Just on repeat, right? It's not that crazy. But the one step that's sketchy for people is the drop the gas. You just gotta drop it. Stop, drop, and roll. What am I even saying? Don't worry about it so much. Just feel the weight of the world be lifted off of your shoulders here as we jet can 350 million worth of gas in a random safe spot in who the fuck knows where we are. And we'll see if we go back and pick that up. To my knowledge, I don't think I've ever left a can of gas out there, but I wouldn't know, would I? If I forgot about it, I probably wouldn't know if I lost it. There's a way to get whatever ore you want out of it, says Ivan. Ooh, okay, well that's interesting. If it's truly a flex ore, that's pretty overpowered. Cindy Scoop, Gamba Stream, I'll have to fucking schedule that shit. Oi, prospects. So let's do one of these. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Doing a lot of clicking around here. Click, two. Click, two. Man, look at this gameplay. That must be spooky without even looking. If it's not spooky, then fuck me sideways. Wait for it. We want these to be within 20, and then we're going to give them a little bit of juice here. And juice them up. Now we go, a bada bing, bada boom, clickety button. And we finally transition over to locking the enemy cloud there. Very gently. You don't have to rush this. There's no need. You've already done all the hard work. Ah, now the fruits of our labor being rendered unto salad of Caesar. That was spooky. Ooh, I'm so good. What's up, gangster? Wow. Subscribe to the channel for 12 months. Spooky puts his money where his mouth is. This man is generous as hell. Thank you, Spooky. You have officially gone gray bush. Or white bush. Insane. Spooky, I hope your week was I hope you have an awesome weekend. I hope you and your partner find some time for yourselves. And of course, glad you're here, buddy. If you show up, I also feel compelled to show up. God damn, bro. This is parasocial shit. 2 ways gone right. Everybody always says it's a bad thing. Why? Why can't we just be parasocial for each other? What's wrong with that? How's the coffee today? It's good. It's good. I haven't ground anything on stream. I think they're probably getting antsy. I'm running through the Eve patch notes, so less than sexy. Doltrev says it's like squirrels burying acorns for the winter. Exactly. Doltrev, how you been? I should probably make another cup of coffee, huh? Shadow Cartel lives in a sister view station in Losec. It's been kind of funny watching confused mission runners roll through as they farm for the Odysseus. Suka says we're homies. I feel like if we ran into each other in public, it wouldn't be weird at all. Well, no, but I don't think it would be weird at all for me to chill with any of these chatters, truthfully. But since they're chatters and since I'm streaming, it's parasocial. I'm just destigmatizing that. I'm making it cool. Let me go grab a little bit more water so I can make a coffee. I think I want to have like a coffee brewing screen where like it's like a little panda sitting in like a rifter just sipping coffee or something. I don't know how I'm gonna make that, but I'm gonna look into that. Give me 2 seconds. BRB. I'm so back. Instead of cat cam, it's French press cam. Yeah, I need a separate camera for the French press. You're right. I need that. Zelenzer says, I have a Hario V60. What the fuck is that? What's a Hario V60? Hario. That shit fancy as hell, gangster. What the fuck? Bro, that's some like witchcraft shit. I'm not that cool. One day. One day. One day. It's a pour over, so it's like a drip coffee maker with more steps. I'm such a hater. Much love to everybody coming in here for real. Scotty says, finally decided I was going to try wormholes yesterday. I jumped into a C5, made a save, hit D-scan, saw combat probes, and jumped right the fuck back out. That's awesome. Yeah, C5s tend to be a little territorial, I'd say. Folks, I'm going to play music while my kettle burns, but I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Suggestive wink. You guys are good sports. Thanks for making this fun for me. Try an arrow press. But wait, I like, but I like I just got the French press. Why am I buying new things? See, this is the problem with hobbies. Okay. It's gonna be if I buy everything told to me, I'll buy an espresso machine in 3 days. AeroPress makes espresso. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I mean, I'm interested in espresso. I think that's cool, but I do it. Listen, no, the French press is as fancy as I can get for at least a year. Okay. Like, I don't know who you guys think I am, but I'm just Chloro Kenny from the block. Anywhere else, I'd be a 10. All right, nerdlets. Someone says, but you're space rich. I don't even think I'm space rich, G. I guess it's all relative, mate. I don't want to talk about wealth because wealth doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a shit? You having fun? You taking care of the people you love? Then you're fucking wealthy, G. That's my word. You're rich in friends. I'm incredibly rich in good vibes and lucky breaks and fun times and yeah. Friends too. What does it matter who I think you are? I am whoever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? The paper, the news every day I am. Radio won't even play my jam. Freddy's here. What's up, G? Honest Satine, hope you're having a good day. Real experts just snort the ground coffee. I mean, for real, Marines I've been hearing putting coffee grinds in their lip like dip. Got it. 250k LP, 250 million S, 250 resonators, and 250 of your friends' livers. Most played rapper that, but he was pigeonholed into some poppy sensation that caught him rotations at rock and roll stations. Come on, C-Tom. How are you, buddy? It's better to be rich in life versus in wallet, money, honest, to buy happiness. It just affords a higher quality of misery. Yeah, I as someone who, I'm just going to speak real first, as someone who's never really saw like the rich in the wallet side of it, not even like super high salaries or anything, like I can't say for sure, but I think I mean, how could you be wrong? It's got to be true. You got to work on your psyche and on your emotions and on your everything to be happy. It's not, I mean, you can work on stuff easier with money. There's no question, but like, you still got to work. My dumb ass, you give me $1 billion, I would instantly become a piece of shit. I'd rather use coffee than dip. That shit's pretty hard. Yeah, dip is funny because I don't really mind when people dip. I don't know if you guys know about this about me. But I don't mind when people dip, but like, it's when they spit it in the cups, or sorry, when they spit it in the bottles and it's like clear, and it's like you can just see it. It makes me fucking vomit, bro. It's like at least like cover that shit up, gross boy. You know, I've never seen a woman dip in my life. Is that a thing? Yeah, this is going to be 1 to 2 billion. No, I heard it's going to be over 2 billion. Money can buy therapy. Yeah, no, I'm not splitting hairs here. It can't hurt, but there's more to it than just buying it. It's the point. Would you have $1 billion to do anything to keep it? Yeah, my whole take on everything is like, you give me enough power or money and I'll turn into a giant piece of shit overnight. I'm not above or beyond any of it. Have my current salary, but the house is paid off. Yeah. 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 Corkins a few zeros in his bank account from being an evil villain over. I think my whole thesis is that that applies to everyone. There's actually forces that are stronger than a person's will. And in a system of money, money is stronger than force of will in almost every situation. Dead Inside, not Geek. What's going on over on YouTube? How are you? I'd be happy to sell it. No, I wouldn't be happy, but I would, because I couldn't fight it. Like, how the hell could you fight that? The whole point is that some things are stronger than, like, just one's like, oh, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, you would. Rot Dog, what's going on? What's up, dog? I hate being in debt of any kind. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. We're almost talking about two different threads here. I'm talking about basically psychological and hormonal and biological effects at play when one becomes at the tip top of a hierarchy. And you're talking about essentially like what it would take to like be comfortable and like actually not have to like, you know, and a lot of people's arguments, my argument, many people's arguments is like, you know, it should be easier to do what you're advocating for, which is just like doing the bare minimum, just to have a, you know, just having the bare minimum, which is to not feel like you're constantly on a treadmill. Is about 2 bill not accounting for 250k LP. So it's 2 bill plus 250k LP? Holy fuck. This ship is going to be outrageously expensive. They're going to tune it down after 2 weeks, guys. You may not want to buy an Odysseus right away. If you're trying to save a couple bucks, I would very politely indicate that it's too expensive on the forums or something like that. What I would not do is cry about it. That's not what they need. But I strongly suspect that based on the rhetoric in their dev talk earlier, that they are purposefully making this extremely expensive for some reason. They could this could be a 1 billion-esque ship and it would be totally fine. This can't be overpowered unless I'm missing something. Doesn't even have sentries. This could be a 1 bill-esque ship and it would be super fine. Already rage typing a Reddit post. My guy. I went to Laura stream after CCP and for half an hour I feel like I'm being advertised. Well, Laura's a hype guy, Rot Dog. If you fit it for all cargo, could allow you to build in there. So you can't actually fit cargo or adjust the cargo of bays like that. They're fixed. As far as I know, it doesn't enable anything new in a C13, but I haven't like fully reviewed it yet, I suppose. If you need a hype man, then Laura can be your hype man. It's true. Apparently I'm gonna do a hopefully like a duo stream with him sometime, literally just for the memes. You guys will love it. He's like exhaustively high energetic, and I'm just like, yeah, bro, surf's up, man. Like, it'll be a nice juxtaposition of characteristics. Clara started supplying goods to Mamake. What do you need stocks? Really? So, I mean, fascinating. I can't, in good faith, tell you what I need because, like, I don't want to like you to bring it out and me not to buy it and feel like a jerk and you never tell me. But I can tell you, like, a lot of people shop there, bro. You should compete in everything you can. Do some refreshers on supplies, nanites, battery, paste batteries, boosters. You should also be selling all the ships they use. Dude, go to Amamake, look at the ships that are lost every day and sell those and compete in those markets. Refresh a couple times a week. You don't have to be aggressive. You'll be shocked at the amount of business they'll sell in Amamake. You not bring enough pays? Are you enjoying the adventure of kind of like foraying in a market? It's almost cartoon, the contrast between you and Laura, and furthers the point by how much you get along. Yeah, no doubt. I say yin and yang. People like to think that yin and yang mean opposites, but they're actually complementary as far as I understand the lore, the mythology. People gate camp Amamake, don't they? Not really, nah. I mean, every once in a blue moon, you'll see somebody floating there. But Amamake is so busy, and there's so many big fish floating among the frigates that, like, you know, if you set up a camp, it's going to get blown up really quickly. Hydrogen fuel for Amamake. Yeah. I'm glad you're a part of the crew there, Pookie. I mean, dude, you can even just ask them local what they want. Sometimes they'll tell you. They're usually they're kind of dicks, most of the people that talk in local, but I would say if you keep all those 1v1 ships fit and like even have like a couple selection of faction modules, it just depends on how much you have to invest in it. Like, it's definitely an interesting idea. I do not sell in Amamake anymore. That's actually where I started off, but I do sell in Ren's next door, so it's not like I'm not in the area. And the rationale for that for me was just to make it easier for myself, that's all. It's kind of consolidation. Consolidation! But Amamake is a sick system. I mean, I don't know what to say, but Amamake feels like a very important system. Like, I feel like it's more important than like Tama Abazin. Abazin is more important, I suppose, for the travel implications, but Amamake's got to be number 2. What's a more important system than Abazin or Amamake? Make Ren's great again when? Ren's is cool because Ren's is like split between Heck and Ren's, and it has Amamake hub there. Everything's right there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even the DST is totally doable. Just, you gotta be 1000% sure on your micro cloak tricking skills. If not, keep practicing, keep tinkering. If you are, I mean, you can go anywhere out there. It's ridiculous. I fly the DST from Amamake to Turner all the time. Just no scout, straight go, you know? Yeah, there are sometimes people there. Every once in a while you'll see like a Gnosis camp. If you fuck up your micro cloak trick, you just lost everything, probably. But, I mean, come on. Don't fuck it up. I DST through Amamake all the time? Yeah, no doubt. I'm somewhat confident in my micro cloak trick? Yeah, no doubt. When you're like, when you feel like you can't fuck it up anymore, then you just start YOLOing it. Until then, just keep working. But yeah, Ren's is so cool. Let me just post up an R note. We're going to go back to the patch notes in a moment. But Ren's is so cool. For those that don't know, let's just say you got Jetta here, you got Dodixie here, you got Amara here. And then you got Ren's, Heck. You also have Amamake right here. So what makes this cool, and I'm just real quick, is these are all like kind of sister markets, right? You also have Turner over here, which is very interesting for travel. But what's cool is like these are actually really close, but highly dangerous. This is Rancer, for example. This is faction warfare cutoffs right here. So it's a really interesting location, and there's a reason people go there. Now, if you're going to do industry or market, I don't know. I really don't know if it's good or not. Maybe the taxes are too high. I still don't know how fees work for Citadels. And I have sold almost 7,000 subsystems and have built them all there. So I have no fucking idea. Thomas, pretty important? True. Yeah, it's got to be up there. YOLO through Rancer and Tama. I do not fly through Rancer without scouts. It's the only system in the game I don't scout. I also don't really go through Tama that much, but when I do, I expect to get like lanced. But I don't do Rancer, man. I just don't do it. Kind of the way my travel line works, and you'll hear about this in Ant 16 and stuff, but like I would benefit by going through it, but the tedium of having to do it safely is not worth it. There's just relatively consistent ultra lockers there, and there's like clutter. It's just fucking obnoxious. So what I generally tend to do is I go from Amamake to Amar to Jeddah. So much safer. It just touches Abazin. And if you go that route, you also have the ability to do ferries between Jeddah and Amamake. Or sorry, Jeddah and Amar. Frarn, one from Ren's, have 2 structures with low taxes in manufacturing. That's high sec, right? I think I have to be in low sec for reactions, right? Chocobobo? Chocobobo, cool name, I like your name. High sec, got you. I think I gotta do the Amamake in low, or do the reactions in low sec still, probably Amamake. But I'll look around and see if it maybe is like a cheaper hub. I know, I like between the rigs and like the fees, like I don't track the profit, right? So it sucks. But speaking of the profit, ooh, contracts. Hold on. These are just from Jack. No gas from my boy Biscuits today. Rancer Mirror Item is the place I lost most of my ships when I was a newbie. Yeah, Rancer's a really dangerous system. Well, the Crillier, Rancer, Mirror Item, Velen, all four of them. It's just like the perfect hotspot for PvP. Abazin is the only thing that rivals it in terms of just ease of just owning it as a small group. All right, let's go back to the patch notes real quick, yeah? So, new ships. New ships is, of course, the #1 thing that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the ship called the Outrider. The Eve Guru people setting up an indie park in Yamamake, really? I have no idea, Haas. These are all systems, I think. I think all 3 of those are systems. Which is funny because he was going for one and he just tried to... This one might not be. That'd be interesting to know. Yeah, I mean, if you can tell me, like, where to look, I'll definitely look specifically. I feel like this is a little bit too nebulous for me to even bother. Like, I'm sure I could find it. I'm just being real. I'm lazy. If you know more about it and tell me a system to go, I'll check it out. The Gooder Park is Honor. Interesting. So the Pioneer gets a 25 and a 25 reduction in gas cloud scoops. However, I need you to understand that this is not 50%, even though 25 plus 25 is 50, because you see, these are not combined in their multiplicativity. These are separate pools of bonuses. So we originally thought the Pioneer was going to be an upgrade to the Venture Prospect lines for gas scooping, but it's not because of this goofy shit. So it ends up mining the exact same amounts as the ship I'm in now. So the Pioneer is not an upgrade for me in terms of throughput. What could it offer us? Well, combat, true, right? But ultimately it's slower, it's more expensive, more scoops. It's not for me. It's for people that do gas, or people that do, yeah, even with 3 scoops, yeah. The math is that it harvests exactly the same as the Prospect. Rage Kitty says you got mentioned in the CCP stream earlier. Yeah, somebody mentioned that to me. A couple people did. That's funny. Shout out to them. I'm stuck in hostile space for the 3rd day in a row. Let's see if I can extract tonight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, no. So the meme right now is the Venture Consortium, the Prospect, the Pioneer, and the Pioneer Consortium all scoop the exact same amount of gas per second. And if that's not true, somebody should correct me. We did the math on it a couple weeks ago. Honor? Got it. Yeah, it's true. You know, the Prospect is faster and can cloak than a Venture, so it's an upgrade. But the Pioneer is pretty much, as far as I get it, a side grade, downgrade from the Prospect. Mention death. I don't want to watch them mention me. That's too self-serving. Thank you, though, Depo. Nah, I don't want to watch it. That's too much. I'll just appreciate it for what it is. Alpha accounts pilot the Venture will still be better for gas. Oh yeah, there's the whole Alpha thing. Yeah, if everything I'm saying is Omega. Everything. So with my complaints aside, this ship is unequivocally a godly increase for my setup. It's called the Outrider. And why is it so good? 2 reasons. Number 1, well, first of all, it replaces this ship, the Magoose right here. It's better, number 1, because it can boost with bonuses, which means this boost right here actually will be bonused, which means more gas for me, right? The second reason is because the fucking Outrider can actually equip 3 Cindy's itself and scoop while skimming. And it has a big, fat, stinky ore hold. So long story short, this is going to be an upgrade for me in a huge way. And pretty much every single person that does this will eventually be getting an Outrider when they can get their hands on one. Because it's just more shit. Now, whether you put Cindy's or Tech2s on it, up to you. I'm going to roll the shit out of my Syndicate scoops. I'm trying to have goated Cindy's. I guess I should be buying Cindy's right now. See if you can remind me to buy some Cindy's later today. Pioneer has larger bed though. The true, yeah, it holds a lot more. It's tankier, has drones, right? It's more combat, definitely has more space, which could be relevant. I mean, you're not even wrong. If it's the case that the extra bay is just so nice and it harvests the same amount but goes slower but can still spin, I mean, why not? Yeah. So we're gonna see. It's possible I'm underestimating the Pioneer even still. But this Outrider is just, I can't wait for this. This is gonna be great. When is it vote Chlorokin for CSM? I will never run for CSM. Sorry. I'm not very good at all that stuff. I don't really care too much for it. But you know what? There are people that are good for it and that do care. Let's get them in. But I got love for you. It's a good point, Skinto. Since they can't train gas skipping to level 2, yep. Which is probably where it should be. Factioneer holds 20k. Yeah, that's what Skinto was getting at. Definitely the case. It also it also has drones, has a huge tank. It can also probably put turrets on it as well. Wormhole revival. Debu says it's a good shout. You're working apparently part of the inspiration. He really wants me to watch it. All right. He won't take no for an answer. Wait, what browser am I on? Oh, okay. What number? 38? Minute 38?
Ore from asteroids. This is creating bonus ore. And so now there's these two levers that we have to kind of tune and balance around in design to go like,
God, his beard is so sick.
If you want to go fast and
so
hard,
jealous.
maybe there's going to be more residue. Or if you want to like optimize around crits.
You got to give me a timestamp. I don't want to like just watch through it. You know what I mean? I'm so lazy. Platform of ASMR grinding for... Listen, I don't know what exactly I do here, but I know that it's good. Around minute 40. With the Abyssal mining mods, I really have to think of maybe getting a bit naughty from time to time with my hands on reasonable price mining upgrades. What's up, Rage Kitty? Getting a bit naughty from time to time. What does that mean? Ruh-roh. Sir, you're gonna have to go to my OnlyFans. I've been trying to tell people this. You can't just... Debu is... He's saying around minute 40. Okay, let's see if we can find them mentioning us. Apparently they mentioned a Nomad Tale. He wants us to watch it.
Do like more. So this kind of self-sustainability thing.
That it seems like everyone's really excited for. The Odysseus.
Yeah, I think Ratati, this was like
that was my
ship, right? This came from
because we're talking about aspirational things.
Yes.
So we have the Wormhole, but we didn't have an aspirational exploration ship. And I'm not the only one, but we were talking about it would be amazing to be like I'm a solo player generally, and I like just to be kitted for like self-repair, like a lot of just like
staying out.
I'm always a dwarf in games. I just like plate armor and
I love
self-repair
dwarves.
and like so this kind of self-sustainability thing, like going deep into like unexplored space alone and being able to do like more than just fly in and fly out. It's something that other people shared, and we talked about like just like what is it like exploration capital was like the idea first. It sensibly went down to like a command ship. It is a huge ship like compared to the Astro, which is kind of like the little sibling now. But just like now it looks awesome. It's an aspirational thing, but it also satisfied like you can go out. And yes, I've heard people oh no, it's not optimal. You should probably have 5 alts and like special, like, yes. But the exploration fantasy of a person that's just like coming into the game.
Wow. I didn't know it was like this. This is the first time I'm hearing of them truly saying this is literally that imaginative step for people that don't have a trillion accounts. I mean, this is crazy rhetoric from CCP. I love this because everybody always says that they're just obsessed with maximizing multi-boxing. Here is a perfect example of the contrary.
Not thinking about multi-boxing. This is absolutely like holy shit, a step up from the
Good for them.
into this potentially. Maybe too big, but that's the idea. And the fun part was we were talking about this, and at FanFest, I'm approached by at least 2 or 3 people who pitched this exact same thing. Like, I live in wormholes, I never dock, I just nomad, I roam, and just like, and we're like, okay, this is a no-brainer. Like, there's something here. So
those moments are always like the most fun, but also like makes me think about my poker face. I'm like, oh shit, am I giving something away? Do I know? Does he know that we're thinking about this? Oh God. But yeah, the Odysseus is such a neat concept. Going out in space for, as you were saying, just kind of like a long time. You don't have to go back home.
I'm really just happy that like there are like examples of this, because I'm going to point to this in the future. And when people are like, oh, this game's only for multi-box, it's just like, no. Wait a second. There are people in that company that want you to imagine some end game that doesn't involve 50 accounts. It's really cool. When
I first saw the ship, there is an Eve creator named Chlorocan who does a series called A Nomad's Tale, where he just goes out and is like a nomad in wormhole space, sneaks out, finds everything he needs. And I was like, this is the ship for that type of person. And having just watching him watch the info about the Odysseus, and like it just clicking for me, like, that's it. I was like, oh man, that's so cool. we absolutely nailed it on this one.
Yeah, I think they really did truly. They did truly nail it, and I would have never expected that they would have really so heavily tuned it for a smaller setup. But it makes a lot of sense when you hear these guys talk about it.
If he's excited for it, then yeah, that entire gameplay is going to be really exciting.
Jesus, there's no way I can be a beacon. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I always play I've always played Wormhole.
This was bad. This was bad. I shouldn't have watched that. Anyway, back to the patch notes. Thank you for sharing that. I think they're smart enough to know that the multiboxing reputation hurts overall growth. Well, I mean, they make a shitload of money. I mean, Eve would not still be here if you couldn't multibox. It's my humble opinion that the multiboxing is what largely lends credence to the cult-like following and support for the game. That's just my opinion. So without it, we wouldn't be here. So of course they have to think about it. But the fact that there's still people that realize we need something to dream about, it's really cool. I like that. I mean, if I would have started a Nomad Tale and this ship existed, like, you know, it would have looked a lot different. We probably would have ran like a Porpoise plus this kind of thing and been real light on our feet. Anyway, shout out CCP, did a good job with the ship. I closed it and laughed because he said if he was talking about me, he's like, if this guy thinks it's good, then we've done well. It's just like, holy shit, I can't. Don't make me the barometer. I'm a scrub. Fun stuff. Anyway, shout out CCP. That was nice. I'm almost full on gas again. But real quick, the Outrider for my specialized multi-box setup is godly. People have been talking to me like, hey, do you want to do another series solo with Odysseus? Do you want to like use the Odysseus in your series? Not really, but you know, I just want to remind people, like, you know, I have like a lot of agency over my Eve characters, just like you guys do. Nothing's stopping me from randomly scaling my characters back down to 2-3 accounts for an episode and working with stuff like the Odysseus. So I don't need it now, but that's not to say I won't play with it. I can tell you that episode 16 is very multi-boxed. Very much so. All right. So the Outrider, obviously what I'm looking for the most from this patch. We have a bunch of other little mining ships here. If you're into mining, it's really a huge deal for you. Yeah, the second account is a huge bridge. I remember we have a chatter here. I remember fondly, a couple actually. But one that comes to mind is, we call him Gerald. He goes by Red Dead EV here. When he got his second account finally, it's like, you could tell you mature overnight in terms of what you're able to do. And that sounds like I'm like patronizing single boxers, but really it's like, it's the same exact thing as like getting a combine for your farm. You know, no matter what you say, you get more done. It's just, you just paid a lot for it, right? There he is. That was a fun video to watch, no doubt. I'll try to remember that they watch my stuff. It's hard to believe they watch my stuff, but I'll try to remember that and take feedback seriously for them. Any nomadic stuff they talk about. I would have never expected in a million years that anybody would give a flying fuck about my thoughts on a ship, but here we are. So what I'm doing right now is I'm hiding the camera because, wait for it, I am stowing gas in yet another jet can. That's right. The gas is scattered across the solar system here in various cans. All right, let's do the little clicking dance, shall we? So we go clicky, 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 and then we go bang, 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 and then we go bang, 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 and we go click, 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 click. Over here, we're spamming regroup, and then we're gonna go click, 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 click. Turn on the little prop modules. Wait for this to recalibrate. Shouldn't take long. There it is. Drop the boosts. And Kranken die Wagen to the Krankenhaus. Beautiful. Now we'll just go ahead and turn our delicious little scoopsies on. Beautiful. Blimey, mate. Speeds up. Prospects are in tow. Little frigates are getting mad at me, but they can't do anything. They're just there for decoration, right? Someone says ventures are scary. It's true. You want to see something cool? Here, can I flex for a minute? So the characters you're watching now are only, all they do is scoop gas, right? And we'll look up, let's just look up Chlorokin. So this is a gas-only character. Look at this kill mill. Right? So he just flies ventures and prospects. Yet, it seems as though he eats his own. A little bit of cannibalistic behavior. Curious. Curious. Curious stuff. The fact that ventures can be scary is something I hold dear to my heart, and I appreciate anybody who knows that. Pioneers are going to be interesting. If you engage on a pack of pioneers, you might literally, like, lose a Loki randomly. Life after... What's up? Zaliu, what's going on? Ant mentioned true, yeah, that was very flattering, and I'm happy they, you know, care about this playstyle more than anything to do with myself. Solo options to shine shoot. True, yeah. So it's funny that we were just talking about this imagination thing yesterday, and then now they're talking about it like on their own. So the idea is like, I think there needs to be an imaginative step between a Dominix and a super carrier that involves fighting. Right? So I just think that if they feel this way, they might eventually do an actual light carrier, a Tech 2 battleship that acts as a mini carrier with a fighter or two. They might do something like that. We need imagination in there. The interpolation is way too far apart, the gaps. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because, wow, they figured it out for exploration, didn't they? They really did. You have Command Indies and now the Odysseus. I'm good for years, mate. Magnus, good to see you. I have no problem with solo multi-boxers. You pay your money, you play the game. Yeah, no doubt. I've made some videos on this topic and stuff, and there's good feedback from both sides, right? If you prefer to play with one account, I mean, it's hard to call you weird because that's kind of the traditional way to play these games. But if you multi-box, for example, I multi-box, it's hard to argue that, you know, it's not any different than just playing with a couple of people. But there's a lot of nuance in between. Go watch my video on that if you guys want to see my commentary. Servers would need way taller hamsters or a node per player. I mean, you're commenting on the idea that fighters everywhere would lag everything down. Yeah, I mean that's a great shame. I'm not even gonna call it bullshit because you're probably right. You know, I mean I'm skeptical at first that it would make a huge difference, but it probably would. It'd probably be a nightmare. But they just need to look at the way it's engineered then or something, because people need fighters to be a part of the game, and right now they're not. And I think that's a fair statement. But anyway, back on what they're doing right. Star Map is insane. Odysseus is insane. Outrider's insane. I think Prismaticite could be very interesting for people. I don't know. Is anybody actually going to mine Prismaticite in chat? Prismaticite comes from that new thingamajigger. So the Odysseus, outrageously expensive. This is going to be too expensive to use, period. Now, if you want to buy one just for fun and novelty early on, I don't blame you. It's one of the more beautiful ships I've ever seen. I wouldn't mind having one just for cinematics. By the way, in case you haven't heard, my plan is to finish and release a Nomad Tale by the end of next month. Also, what's up with the cinematic camera? Somebody said something about a cinematic camera. Carriers are getting cheaper, they're getting built faster, and they have more space, and they have extra fighter tubes for support fighters, and they have kind of this cool animation where the fighters launch out of the actual bay. It's very good. The changes are very welcome. Super carriers got conduit jumping. Interesting. Faxes got a little bit of a fuel bay increase. The Moloch got a balance pass to the pricing. Cenotaph got another nerf. Yeah, Tholos got another nerf. You know, I see a Tholos in a Nomad Tale 16 and he schools me. Yeah, those ships are very strong. Wait a second. What? They just buffed the Stratios' lasers? They reduced the turrets from 4 to 3 and added a 50% medium energy turret roll. What the fuck? What? Isn't the Stratios like really cheap now? I'm sorry, but does that make the Stratios like literally almost like a bootleg Tech 3 option now for just random PvP? Am I tripping? I just don't think it had a... Oh, what did it have before? Let's see what the Stratios has now. Stratios has a range, but holy shit! Are they removing the range bonus? Wait a second, this ship's actually strangely good all of a sudden. It went from 4 to 4.5 turrets, right? But that's a cap increase bonus. You can overheat more. Wow, I didn't expect that. Did we know about this? Oh, the price went up because of the Odysseus. Fuck. Sorry. No application bonus? I mean, you can argue range is application, if you want to look at it that way. You mean specifically tracking? One less laser, but more damage in that range bonus. Yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, the Stratios is a darling ship in EVE. Obviously, the price has gone up a lot now. T-Killer, what's up, OG? How you doing? Huh. Rodai says, problem, you don't want lasers on it. Yeah, no, I get that. But like this is one step closer to wanting lasers on it is kind of the idea. Wait, what are you guys talking about? There's like a conversation here it's going on. Oh, they're talking about solo multi-box? Yeah, no doubt. You guys can agree to disagree on that. Wait, what? Wait, the porpoise just got a tank bonus. Oh, is this about... Was this... Wait, what? That's hella strong with LASBs. Or you... Am I tripping, or is the porpoise like way stronger now as a result of this? Fuck me. T-Killer says doing fine. Hope you're doing well. I am doing really well. Thank you for asking. I'm just chilling. I got the fucking the man knot up there. I got the microphone, the lazy hoodie on. Yeah, I guess it just is a buff for that new content. I mean, the porpoise was already a freakishly strong ship for its price and size. Like, I like to remind people that if you bring a porpoise into a C-13, it's probably able to kill most of the ships that attack it one-on-one. Very good ship. And this literally doubled the bonus? Fuck. I mean, this isn't as useful. I mean, this is nice, but this is shocking. I love that. Put an ASB on an orca, you can't... Well, I'm not talking about the orca. I'm talking about specifically the porpoise. Well, orca, I don't even... If you get caught in orca, it's over, dog. What's up, Nova? Yeah, this is interesting to me. I'm a big porpoise fan, right? I like all the command indies, but I'm a big user of the porpoise. And really, you get in this scenario where if you get caught and have to fight and you have the other ships involved, I mean, this is hard to pop. If you just siege up and try to tank through while the other ships do work for like a random Loki. I mean, this is gonna be hard to pop. Wow. Plex transaction log changes. Hell yeah. A new epic arc. Yeah, this is I love the idea of adding epic arcs for new content. Beautiful way to kind of bridge these concepts together. Finally did some sleeper caches after a long time away. Sleeper caches? Did you pick up any cash from the sleeper caches? Sleeper caches are cool now because there's a small chance of getting lottery drops from them. You know? You'll be CEs anyway. If you get caught, should buy you some time to let us sign out, get the cavalry. What, for a Wormhole? Or an orca? I mean, maybe we're on different pages here, but I mean, I use the orca in J-space to move around, you know? I don't use it to mine in Nullsec. So I'm not going to be siege if I get caught. I would literally siege the porpoise in response to getting caught to fight it and win it. If I get caught on a wormhole, my other characters come. That would be the scenario. It's never happened though. The orca though, it's like I don't. So I'm a nomad, right? This is kind of what people know me for. I started off by flying an orca around J-space. And I would typically move it at downtime, so there wasn't even really too big of a risk of getting caught. You can sit in the gate cloak from the wormhole for a minute while downtime kicks you off. So yeah, totally different use case than you using them in low-sec for sure. This is hella dangerous too. Yeah, you pretty much, without an umbrella or backup, it's like there's no point in using it this way. Using it the way I did in J-space is silly too, but I did it in a methodical way. We've updated freelance jobs and air opportunity to display jobs the current character is eligible to participate in. I really need gas on freelance jobs. Fob changes. Beautiful. That pretty much sums up the patch. How many iterations of your setup do you go through before Ant 1? How many iterations of my setup did I go through? So you're asking, before my first episode of A Nomad's Tale, how many setups did I like brainstorm or did I actually use? I'm only acting confused because there's a bunch of different answers when you were sorting out the idea. Yeah. No, I pretty much went with the first one I came up with. Yeah. I mean, if you sat down and wanted to do a POS setup with an Orca, you would probably come up with something pretty similar, you know, if you look at the options. You can tell when I first started Nomad Tale 1 that, like, a lot of these things I was planning, they just weren't necessary. Like extra copies of dedicated scanners, or I think I started off with 3 Proteuses in mind, too, instead of a spread of strategics. So I literally went out right when I, like, just made the spreadsheet and started recording it. That was it. Very, very, very little thought went into it, besides just the brainstorming, whatever came to mind. The premise was Orca plus stick, and then I was moving it around for the first couple of days, like without really too much thought of how to protect it, but then it finally hit me that downtime could be a way to move it. And ever since then, it was just, I felt pretty confident I'm not going to get caught. It would take a truly elaborate amount of effort to catch a pilot moving stuff at downtime if, you know, they do it out of the blue. Alright, no more coffee for it's me today. I'm banned. I'm banned from drinking coffee. So just a quick little update here. These sites have 250,000 M3 worth of gas, 240 in the big cloud, 10 in the small one. If we look at this, we're at 121,000 gas, which means we're just about at the halfway mark since we started. I started before I fired the stream up by 10, 20 minutes. Well, interesting, I would have guessed you went through a few just because how detailed it was. No. There was a brainstorming process, and I looked at the characters I had and kind of what I would need and wrote it all down. Yeah, I still believe that there wasn't anything particularly clever about the initial setup. I think something clever that evolved later was like the wings, like keeping the characters organized like vertically and horizontally. But I just like to remind people, and I know you've heard me say this before, I just want to be clear, like people have been using orcas to nomad in JSpace for over a decade and a half. It's an old idea. It's just you'd hear of it. You'd hear someone losing an orca or hear of someone seeing an orca. You'd never like meet people that actually fucking do it. But they existed. There were probably plenty of them. Nobody decided to record it. That's all it was. So the idea of an orca in JSpace, like this has definitely been out there. But for my ship lineup, it was like just thinking about what I needed to do and just writing down the ships that could do it. Not too clever. And again, remember, I didn't think anybody was gonna watch my shit. So that first episode is extremely raw. Even on episode 2, I didn't think anybody would watch it. 3, it'd be like, okay, what the hell? Somebody clicked it. It'll help orca pilots tank dread spawns in nullsec in certain regions? Interesting. I suppose so. Orcas having to tank dread sounds scary as shit. You're the first I heard of it? Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I just want to be clear, this is an old idea. Nomading in general existed before JSpace. People moving around, of course. But there's something extremely alluring about moving an orca in JSpace that really resonated with people. Especially because I was just so like, I'm bad, here I am. When would you decide to graduate to PvP and Tech 3 cruisers, considering the fact that I've only flown cruisers and below? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how to PvP in this game. I think PvP is just like doing dirty tricks on your opponent and hoping they don't fall for it largely. Or they fall for it largely. But there's obviously more to it, but it's like, I don't really care for the PvP because I suck at it and it seems tough to learn and frustrating. I do ambush hunting though. So if you want to like ambush people, you can't go wrong with a Loki. You know, I knew a guy that would roach the Morphi and I got a Cloaky Orca setup. There you go, exactly. Yep. But for many people, the nomadic idea, I'm the first, kind of their introduction to it. And like, again, even before that, there's not a whole lot out there content-wise that celebrates the idea of not setting up a base, not staying in one location, not going for ownership, not grouping with people, and doing it all as a scrub and doing it successfully and having a good time. Not a whole lot out there like that. Now, with that said, I encourage every one of you to make your own series and to make your own adventure and to share it. Now, who knows if somebody will watch it, but dude, it would just be cool if, you know, you told your story. I always explain to people, like, you should keep a captain's log, right? You should, write a little journal of your gameplay. Like, do yourself a favor and like think about the future and like, what was my story in Eve? What did I do? I just joined a group and we whatever. That's like probably one of the greatest parts about a Nomad Tale is I kind of have the ability to go back and just like relive these awesome experiences. And I wish that for you guys as well. Even if there's like 2 views on it, you could still go back and live it. Scotty says, the rest of the game preaches corpse to Nubro, so seeing something different was really fun. Yeah, no doubt. I guess in some ways it's kind of misleading because like I have done the corp life, and I guess I say that right at the start, but I've talked to a lot of people that have watched a Nomad Tale, obviously. And like the thing that always shocks me is like where they've gone after being inspired. Like I ran into a Dread pilot in J-Space. I was in his system a couple times past couple weeks. He saw Nomad Tale and he just really liked the idea of floating, right? Safe spot floating and just understanding how to kind of just how you could do it. I mean, he's scaled into 4 dreads and he's like a trillionaire now. Like, and he hasn't even started that long ago, right? Like, you have people that just do insane things. Like, there was, or actually, I'm actually mixing up 2 different people. There was a guy that just started like 4 months ago and isn't a trillionaire who has 3 NFIs and other ships. And he literally just is brand new to the game and he dread rats. He just injected into the dreads, figured he could do it, and now he has tons of money. Another guy has a ton of ESC from dread ratting for a while that I ran into. And like both of these people knew me from a Nomad Tale. The first one was inspired, the second one just knew me. And it's just wild, like, it's just, like, people love to be inspired. They love to, like, just get those feels. It's just weird to be the one to give them. Kept a few Iron Man runners as pets on my moons too, admired by the people who do stuff like that, yeah. I, at this point, notoriously, have a Ultimate Iron Man character in RuneScape, old school RuneScape. So I love me some challenge modes. My problem now is setup time. I need stuff I can usually get into and get out, and sometimes in like 30 minutes. No dread ratting for me. Yeah, dread ratting is just not at all. If you don't have like a nice 4-hour stretch to clear everything. I mean, I don't think I'll be dread ratting anytime soon. You know, you can kind of get the experience of dread ratting with Marauders, just infinitely safer and like way less money. You can close the holes, siege up, do the salvage rotations. But I mean, dread ratting is on another plane. It's not even because of how much damage it does. Like, if you fly a dread into a site in J-Space, it actually spawns more monsters. The sites give more ISK when you have dreads, so it's like a whole nother game. Dread ratting is definitely an endgame ratting situation, and the people that do it, largely, as far as I know, don't have to stop until they're bored or they take too many L's or something. But I feel like it's a lot easier than people realize. Like, if you know how to roll the holes off, you have 2 enemies. You have seed attacks and you have rage rolls. A lot of rage rolls are not even going to get you. And they're not all hawks, not all of them. A lot of them struggle or don't have the dudes to kill a dread farm. Sometimes they can. But it's not like this guaranteed instant death. And if you get seeded, it's like, well, you know, there were probably some sloppy OPSEC steps along the way, or you tried to do it in a shattered or something. But yeah, I mean, ratting really, I don't know how much better it gets than dread ratting in J-Space. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how, like, crab beacons compared to that. I don't know. I do think that crab ratting outside of a wormhole is just super awesome. You, like, go through a wormhole, crit the hole, and then rat right there on the wormhole with the beacon and just go back in and hide. Jarvis says we killed a dread with a handful of dudes, so it's doable. Well, you guys are extremely good, though. Even if you don't think so. What type of ships did you have? Like trig stuff, or? Oh, multi-blocking Pochvan flashpoints was top before the nerfs, yeah. That sounds plausible, yeah. I suppose more people can get their beak wet with C5 ratting than Pochvan flashpoints. You gotta take turns, but if, in terms of actual income per character or setup, I guess it's probably more. couple SIGs popping up. Since we're in a Vit core, it's like about as safe as it gets. If people land here, they probably just insta-die. It would be fun to have somebody kill themselves in the game on these sleepers with their ships. Kill their ships, I should say. It would be fun if someone killed their ships on these rats. Gotta watch my phrasing here. It's good that so many people take different things from the game. It's true. See no Lokis and 2 curses? Damn, that's nasty. That's so nasty. So you just become immune to him. Any chance of him hitting you is gone because you got the curses, obviously. And then you just work on his cap until it's lights out, or what? That's crazy. Curses are busted. Everyone has their own endgame. Yeah, it's funny. My endgame is like gas. Judges have TD bonuses? Ah, okay. Interesting. Resistance, yeah. Dubu says, you sharing your story through Ant has brought back several older players to the game. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Like, I've heard a lot of people coming back after they watched Ant to try their own adventures. It's true. Let's not forget your sexy voice. Thank you, Dubu. You're too kind. I like my content. I'm very proud, but I guess the problem is, like, it would be very easy to just wallow in the praise all day long from any type of content you make. I'm just like, let's not do that. Glad I watched that video. That was cool. I learned a bit about their motivations. All right, so I'm about to real quick watch my boy Diggly Dunk Mode talk about Arc Raiders.
Dazzling Panda? Can I be Dazzling Panda? I just want to be that. Nice, alright. Today I'm playing Arc Raiders. This is the biggest and hottest game out there right now. This was not free to play. This was $40, so it's going to be at least half as good as Mario Kart. This seems like one of those talk to Chris type games, right? I gotta go find and speak with...
Fucking, I wish I knew Donkey in real life. You want to talk about Parasocial? I'm Parasocial for Donkey.
Chris and then Ruth. Can I hit these? Okay. Sprinting lets you sprint. Okay. Breach and search. Here we go. Boom. Nice. UI is kind of bringing me back to like that Chris type gaming that I love so much. Not very realistic cactus physics on this, unfortunately. You gotta understand that this is not a, this is not an $80 game. I've acquired the Torn book. It's about like a vampires type of book. Pizzeria. Oh, now this is why people like this. Put your hands up. And
yeah, this donkey found the pizza shop in Arc Raiders. Of course he did.
The pizza over to me. He moved. Now, can I shoot this pot? No. The pots are invincible.
I feel like they should just hire Donkey to do QA. All games. He's got a mind for it. He really does. Why would you not want this?
This is not an $80 Mario Kart type experience. This is $40, I was told this was the future of gaming, but maybe like some elements are not as futuristic as others. Can I shoot the fire extinguisher?
Not a single mention of actual gameplay yet. Just shooting objects and complaining about the price.
Oh, get the expired pasta.
My goat.
Way past its prime. That's what you're paying the $40 for. Oh, wait a minute. Rubber duck can be thrown to create a noise. I'm breaching. I died? I lost? Jackpot. Expired pasta. They took my duck. I have nothing. I'm helicopter. Are you supposed to shoot him? Helicopter, I'm out of ammo. Fly into melee range, please. Thank you. If you're really good, you can make this jump.
This actually looks good so far.
I gotta go
looks kind of fun.
speak with Chris.
Up topside, clean hands don't get the work done. The Raiders don't seem to mind. Everything has a price, and it's always higher than you think.
Raiders may not follow orders, but they'll follow a bounty if it's high enough.
If you want in on the fun, just head up to level 4.
I think they just edited all the like talk to Chris moments into this montage. I think I'm playing the game for real now. Breach and search. Wait, who's this? Hello? You are dead.
What?
You are dead.
Wow, what's wrong with you?
You lost. I lost. Give me up.
This is pretty much my average extraction shooter experience right here.
Pick me up.
He knocking your ass out.
He punches him in the ass.
Now I've unlocked my skill tree. Now I can unlock crates 3% faster. Oh, it's giving me away. It's giving me away. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. Shut up. You're giving me away. You're giving away my position. Oh,
There's
great.
a
Now the
drone
robot's
there.
here.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, stop shooting at me. Is anybody in this building? I'm an Arc Raider. I'm extremely good at this game. Leave now. and I'll
I'm
let
an
you
Arc
live.
Raider.
Check this out. Check this out. Boom. I am good at this game. Loot 3 containers? Yeah, I'm pretty good at this game. The heck is this?
I mean, he's kind of making this game look fun.
What's this thing do?
I don't think the sphere that shoots fire at you is real.
Stupid thing. Whoa! Okay, let's check out the water.
How many of you guys play this game? I can't imagine spending $40 for an extraction shooter, but then again, in Tarkov, you have to spend like $1 trillion to get like the full sweet mode with all the stuff.
Is it actually hitting my guy, or just going?
Then you
right
get banned.
through?
You have to
Can't
pay it
really tell
again.
because it's so dark. Shush, shush.
There's a lot of technology
Quiet.
in this, which is kind of an interesting take.
I'm incredibly good at this game. Oh!
It's a death Roomba. Trying it later. What's up, Knox?
Wait, what's that? I heard something. Hey, somebody in here? Bojangler, leave all your equipment on the floor. I'll let you live. I'm extremely skilled in this game.
What?
Do you think he?
I feel like extraction shooters can be a paid game.
Later. I think I'm gonna shoot this guy.
We're good.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
I just don't know how long you're gonna be playing this
I
game
don't have
for.
any ammo, so I can't shoot you anyway.
Look, he pulls out the fucking hatchet.
Dog, how we doing?
Yeah,
You
donkey
guys have any
rolls.
like shotguns I can use to like maybe I can shoot you guys, take your treasure? Is that it's like that type of thing?
Dude, you sound exactly like Video Game Donkey.
Your workshop lets you craft
Busted.
items like roosters. Alright, this game is getting a little better now. Train my rooster.
He's finally found the gameplay he wants.
Roosters. Your workshop lets you craft items like roosters.
Here we go.
Alright, this game is getting a little
The
better
game is
now.
worth
Train
40
my
now.
Rooster. Oh, he needs 1 dog collar to level up. I have to destroy 2 hornets and deal damage to raiders using light ammo weapons. Oh, I'm good at that.
Do keep your wits about you when you take on Ark. Too much noise, and you'll attract unwanted attention.
Huh?
Fucking car alarm. Here we go.
What about noise? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The sound of gunfire can attract Ark to your location. Stupid car!
Oh, are the NPCs all robots? Ah, is that how they do it? I see.
If you're really good, you can go like
Or like
this.
mostly.
I'm stuck. Oh no, wait, I'm stuck.
Don't
Fix
go
stuck
in the
player, thank you.
rocks.
Wait, why did that go away? No, no, no. Fix stuck player. There we go. Come down here, robot. Come on down.
Oh!
I gotta shoot you for a quest. What is all this? What's all that? What's all that? Uh-oh. That's too many robots. Ow! Stupid robot!
Just to be clear, in real life, if one of these things showed up near you, you would instantly evaporate and die. But you all know that.
I'll give you 1 half-eaten Pop-Tart if you let me live.
You see one of these things, you're already
I'm not opening
dead.
this door. Just tell me what you want.
I want you to open this door.
Stealth?
Stealth. They call me Dazzling Panda.
I always thought that extraction shooters should have a player
Words
hub,
of peace
like
are
a
more
central
convincing
hub
than
where
gun
people can
back.
hang out between games.
Breach of
Why
search.
don't they have
Breach of
that?
Search. Breach of search. Oh!
What's up, Myth?
Oh!
I'm just scooping some gas.
How do you lose to that?
Looking at what Arc Raiders is like.
Search. Wait! Hey, what the heck?
Damn.
If you pick me up, I'll give you 3 bags of Doritos. Cool Ranch flavor.
Cool
Many a tense
Ranch?
situation has been de-escalated using the emote wheel.
Dude, the way to finish people off in this game is to punch them in the back of the neck.
It's considered good etiquette in this game to when you're
I hate
raiding, you
that.
say now raiding and voice chat. Now raiding? Toaster. Incredible. Dog collar! For my chicken! Yes! Rare item, rare drop. Now I have to find 3 lemons for him.
I'll get the door for you when you jump down.
for you. Thank you. I'm gonna shoot you now, though. Okay?
No!
One more!
Extras modules.
Dude, if you get Donkey on your team, it's like you can't leave because it'd be too funny, but like you would expect some shit to go down.
Oh my god, that's epic. That's epic. I got so much treasure right now. I hope nobody shoots me.
I got scan probes out here. You see this? They're just regular ones. They're little baby probes. So there's a small chance somebody's going to unalive themselves today on our stream in the game on these ships.
Oh god. Oh no, that's not good. Halt! Halt, human!
He says, whoa, dude, come on, man.
Robot, you're trying to mess with me now. Stupid
Are they
dick.
tasing him? Dude, do drones tase in real life?
Valuable treasure in the whole game.
I feel like when the drone comes out, we're past the tasing
phase.
phase.
This is where I should put that super rare item. I didn't do that.
He didn't put the dog collar in the... Oh, man.
What is with these birds? Birds, they're afraid of nothing. Oh, except when you walk.
No, he's just gonna chase birds for like 10 minutes.
Creators, because these birds are quad A. Come on, toaster. Be a toaster. Be toaster. Nothing. Why 4 wires? Oh my god. Oh my god. They were just sitting on a chair. Oh my god. I am so incredibly good at this game. I'm so highly skilled.
He's gonna throw the rubber duck at him.
Take
no.
this.
No. No.
There's more where that came from. Leave now and I'll let you live.
That better be a bot. Alright. That's a bot, right? So the Ark are the drones and the people that are scavs, basically.
Don't you ever duck around with me, boy. Somebody's shooting.
Maybe this game is worth playing if you like extraction shooters. This looks hilarious.
Check this out.
You need like funny friends to play with though. It doesn't look like
oh my god,
it's worth it if you just want to frag everybody. No!
I'm going. Oh. I still got some health. My plan worked. It was the excellent. Think first, shoot later. Think first.
What's
shoot
this
later.
bunker
Think
everybody's
first,
in? Is this extraction or a spawn? Stop shooting your friends! Donkey's such a terror, bro.
I was gonna shoot you though. I have a quest to shoot one raider with light bullets.
Shoot me a couple times.
All right, thank you.
No more, please.
Okay. Let me drop some bandages for you. All right, I don't got any. Sorry. I'll give you this though. This can wake you up at any time.
You put an alarm clock.
Freeze. Sing a song.
In the arms of angels.
It was beautiful.
What's up, babe?
Don't shoot! What up, dude? There's an arc circuitry if you need it. Only walk driver in here if you need. Oh, and then here's, I got a couple things I can drop you to. Here's
Damn, this dude is so helpful. What the fuck?
You'll need those.
Oh, dang.
And here's wires and wires.
Dang,
And a ring.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. Thanks. Godspeed.
He's gonna kill him.
Why are
No,
people
don't
so
do it.
nice on here. This game is weird, man.
Why are people so nice? This game is weird. I feel like that game is the perfect game to be nice in and just like role play and fuck with shit. Looks more interesting than Tarkov? I don't know. I've always said Tarkov is a brilliant game and the reason it's still around, but the company that runs it is like fucking confused. They're just very confused people. You know? Like, their monetization is unhinged. They could be making more money and get more players with different monetization strategies. It's bizarre. Let's do it like this, folks. Let's take a little interlude from the stream. We'll come back. I got more stuff to talk about. There's also a new client switcher that I'm kind of interested in tearing down, so we might actually do a little bit of code review here. Could be fun. In the meantime, though, enjoy a little Serene Eve music, yeah? I'll be back in, I don't know, under 5 minutes. Hello there. How are ya? What are you doing? I have a pear, and I made more coffee. So suck on those eggs, yeah. Good to see ya. Welcome back. It's been a while. It's been a long while since you've seen me. We have compressed the gas, stored it, got a snack. And you know what? I'm ready to rock. Life is good. So let's bring the crew over to the perch. We'll set this bad boy up again, and I pray, metaphorically, of course, that you enjoy the rest of the show here. You filthy aminal. That's right, I said it. Freaking Nusk. Snusk. What's going on? Is it freaking Snusk, eh? What could it mean? So, mining a vital core reservoir, I suppose, with prospects is a 5-trip adventure. It takes 5 trips. 38 minutes a trip to do it. It's a big boy, but when you find a Vit core, it's a bit of a treat. Especially if you got the skills to pay the bills, and you know what to do, and you can give it a little Jedi mind trick. Wave of the hand, convince the rats to not fuck with you. It feels good, man. Sorry for abandoning you for so long. But you know what? The pear is going to be worth it when I get the pear. Trust. Alright. Do a little boosterino. We'll do a click. We'll do a click. We'll do a click. We'll do a click. Clickety click clack click clack. Turn them scooperinos on. See if there is some way, maybe, to secure the rest of this here gas cloud. You may notice we've done 3 trips. This will be our 4th, which means 1 left after. This should be about 90k worth of gas. 89.8. God damn. It feels good to be a gangster. A gangster of space and cloud. So, where were we, chat? I do believe that I was talking about how you owe me a lot of ISK in the game. And you better pay up, or I'm gonna come at your kneecaps with a rifter. I think I'm gonna work on SKINR here in a second after I eat my delicious pear. I made a panther skin and it's fucking sick, but I think we can do better. So let me get situated here. Sal says, why my kneecaps? Because I know that's the Achilles heel of the average middle-aged man. Do I get a corp discount? You fucking better get a corp discount. By the way, for those that aren't in the know, I run a corporation. That's right, big corporate boy. Called Chloro Kitties. No, I'm not joking. It's actually called Chloro Kitties, and people have joined it. That's right. And we're a Blopsing group. Also going to do some wormhole ratting in the off time in our individual holes and do fancy stuff like that. But of course, in the meantime, let me give you guys a little grind mic. Good job, microphone. You did good. You did well. Dank says we have ones of members. It's true. It's true. We actually have a nice little core. I'm expecting this weekend to be interesting. I'm going to devote some time on Sunday for this corporation, whether it's setting up bear holes, dropping people, I don't know. I have an Arazu, a Cheetah Hunter. I have 2 hunters, 2 accounts ready to go, and a Blops and a Proteus. I have all types of shit ready to rock. It's actually insanity. Dopamine noise. Let's go. Chat knows what they're here for. Some people cringe, but other people thrive. Other people just stay silent because they don't want to hurt my feelings. Thank you. A little cup of joe. Denied us a chance to hear you chew the pear right into that mic. Have I? Have I denied you? Or is this not a whole ass lingerie pear? Sal Sui says I'm working on training up an all for Blops. Fuck yeah, you are. You better be. Or else the consequence will be no Blops for you. Look at this. Look at this sexy pear. All laced up for us. That's crazy, yo. I need to crack a window. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Now, the comfort will come. The computer likes to generate heat when I do electronical stuff with it. It's fucking stupid. I didn't sign up for this. Upgrade the graphics card and boom, I have a furnace. It's actually pretty nice. So I won't be chewing the pear into the mic. That's too much for me. The coffee grind thing is ironic enough to be funny. But no chewing the pear into the mic. Speaking of the pear, though, I am going to be eating this, and goddamn are these things good. If you haven't had these, they're so good. Oh my god. It's basically like crispier than an apple. And more delicious than a pear. It's perfect. It's not as yeah, it's not quite as like full-bodied awesome flavor as something like a red plum. But in terms of like fleshy fruits like this, the firmness of it alone is unmatched. I don't know anything that's like this fucking rock hard, dude. It like cleaves off when you bite it. It's just grainy enough to remind you of a pear, but it's largely like an apple style kind of sweet and crispness. I think the way to eat this would be to take a knife and slice it. I don't think what you want to do with this is try to eat it, because if you have like a normal sized mouth, you're not even going to wrap your mouth around this thing. God damn it. So, our chatter friend here, the 3, says, I think I need to upgrade my card. I have a 4070, but I have to turn on the graphics settings when I have more than one client running, or my computer sounds like a damn jet engine and the temps go bananas. Question, what operating system are you on, the 3? Windows 10, 11, what do you want? What is this big ball of a fruit? What's up, Pagel? This is a brown pear. I think in the rest of the world, these are probably called apple pears. I'm not sure, though. It's very heavy. It's very firm. It's very large. Large and in charge. Like, here's a coffee mug next to it. It's like, you know, it's like a large. All right, the 3. Listen, do you use Evo Preview, UX Preview? Do you use a preview software switcher or no? Do you actively stare at the previews, or do you just use it to switch clients? And I'm asking for a reason. I'm not just like being annoying. Do you use the previews just to click on, or do you like actually stare at them as security cameras? Sarah says cooling issue. Okay. So here's the deal. Right now I'm running 5 clients on a stream on a 6800 XT, right? And I can get up to like 150 frames, no problem, if I actually uncapped it. I cap it at 60 for whatever. The secret to understanding how to run multiple boxes all at once, regardless of operating system, is to minimize the inactive clients. I highly recommend putting your graphics high. Don't worry about your mining holes, just flick through them. And then actually enable the minimize inactive clients on Evo Preview. Your frame rate is going to skyrocket up, your GPU is going to skyrocket down, your temps are going to be totally under control. What it's doing is it's rendering multiple clients at once. My screen only renders one at once. I cover this in a page on my GitHub. I'll link real quick, or I'll pull up real quick. But basically what you're experiencing is not full throttle. If you just tab out of a window, it'll say it's not focused and we're going to throttle some of the FPS. But unless you actually hide the window with minimization or another function, depending on your OS, you're not throttling the actual rendering. This is why you're able to get previews. If you need previews, then yeah, you're going to have to render those clients. Generally, there's ways around it as far as I understand. But what you need to do is enable minimize. It's going to literally like triple your FPS. You're going to be shocked at it. Now, your previews are not going to work when it's minimized, though. But if it's just to monitor or hold, we're not talking like a life or death thing, like watching a dread farm or something, you know? It's a great fruit. It's honestly more apple than it is pear, I think. Like the way it actually is. All right. So I think I can boot up another client and look at the SKINR thing. I don't really have to. In fact, let's just delay. I still got plenty of time. I've only been streaming for 2 hours. What's up, Azza? Let's go over to Florp again and look at what I have over here. I think instead of doing SKINR, we should look at the code for this program that switches. I think this would be interesting to look at. So he said he cooked this up in like 3 or 4 days, and he just put Wayland support like yesterday for it. I gotta sneeze. So I don't think that this purports to have previewing at all. Unless I misunderstood. But what it should do, if I understand this, is it runs a daemon in the background. And if you don't know what a daemon is, just imagine a service in Windows. Same idea, you know, as far as I understand it. It's like a program that's running as a service that other things can use. So the idea is, whenever I switch clients right now, I'm literally looking at a text file that we make in the config and like comparing the current window to that. It's quite slow. That's why there's a black frame there. So what we kind of expect, especially since I'm streaming, the black frame is prevalent. What I'm hoping is that with a daemon running, we can cut down the speed of the switches by a lot and get rid of the black frame almost entirely, even under load. So I'm hoping that's what this can do. If not, obviously it's useless for me. I'll keep running my script, but this will probably be useful for people, especially if he keeps developing it. He's on our Discord right now talking about it. If you have any questions, I'm sure he'd love to hear about it. Oh, here's his website. I don't know what's up with the cigarette theme. I think it's wackadoodle, but you know what? I'll be real. It's certainly good brand. I wonder if this guy's like a marketing guy. I mean, look at his website. It's crazy. Obviously, don't smoke cigarettes, folks. But theming aside, I think he's done great work here. We just gotta take a look at it. Basically, what I'd like to do is to actually click through these Rust scripts. I don't know Rust's syntax at all, but it can't be that difficult to understand. Yeah, it's just like anything else. So basically, we can click through this and kind of see how he built this, and we'll do this over the next like half an hour and maybe take some notes. I don't think I'm going to load it up on stream, and I thought about doing that instead, but I'm going to test it off stream just out of, you know, respect in case it's like, you know, fucked up. I don't want to ruin the stream. But he definitely says he's an opinionated switcher, and I think it's gonna. I'm very interested in this. No coffee? I got coffee right here, gangster. It's like my third cup. Wouldn't say Rust is anything else. It's close to C++. Well, I mean, it's a language with functions and like declaratives and expressions, and you know, it's a language. I think I can probably try to sort through this. But yeah, I wasn't trying to offend any sensibilities there. Look at the art code. The game arc? Is it in Rust? That's interesting. I wouldn't think that there's much need to do games in Rust. Other than, unless you like it. Pickle says Marble packs still look like that in US? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, they do. Nintendo says I'm running 3 clients on Evo with previews of inactive clients or FPS capped. If I change put each client on a separate screen, then all clients become laggy. Yeah, that's because out of focus makes them laggy a little bit. There's ways to like keep them in focus, I think. Polish Fish, how are you, buddy? I see you. Can't hide from me. Auto minimize on my machine a ton. Yeah, that's the main reason for my switcher. But yeah, shout out to this guy for going out there. I mean, this is kind of what happens. And he wasn't even a part of our community until he launched this and posted on Reddit. So there's still a lot more people out there with skills that could hopefully help the EVE on Linux scene. But the features this package offers are instance client cycling. So the word instance, you know, specifically... To me, this is a binary thing. Like, is there a black frame and is there input delay or is there not? Like, so I'm assuming that he's gotten rid of that. That's what the whole point of the thing is. So he's daemon architecture for near zero latency window switching, always on top of overlay, showing all clients and their status. Auto stack windows to perfectly center multiple EVE clients, draggable overlay with middle mouse button, X11 only. So this is not going to work on Wayland, which is what I'm on. Auto detects display resolution. Multi-compositor support, yeah, no doubt. I'm just giggling because, like, I don't know, is this a feature? I guess it is. I don't know. I'm not a coder. Roadmap comprehensive documentation, more config, optional preview, overline display. Looks like he has an install script here. Install github.sh. And then he has a command he teaches you here, or she teaches you here to start the program. I run it as a daemon. And then essentially there would be a config file, config.toml. TOML. There's so many markup languages. What the fuck? So it looks like you can enable mouse button support, which this is interesting. That this is hard coded in. Interesting. I wonder why he chose to do that. I guess he's trying to make it as easy as possible for everybody, which is good. Restack windows, daemon status, client list, middle click drag are overlay controls. Here's the config file. Display width, height, panel height, Eve, width, height, overlay XY, show overlay, enable mouse button, forward, back. So just to be clear, this is a cycler only for now. It would be trivial, of course, to add targeted selection, I'm sure. I can't necessarily use a cycler. It's also interesting that we're using WM control for this. This is a very standard package along with XDo tool under X11 for manipulating windows, right? All right, let's take a quick look at this. So, obviously we have some YAML files. Here is a logo. This is the silly marketing thing, which is cool. I'm not gonna take it away. I just don't like cigarettes, that's all. I smoked them as a teenager. Wouldn't recommend it. So I guess let's just go to main.rust first, and we'll just take a quick look through here and kind of look at some of the functions. It looks awfully hard-coded here, which is awesome. We'll be able to understand it better. Oh shit, people are talking. Vec Jalan, what's up, buddy? He says, I have a question. Can you help me? Maybe. I want to explore, but can you remind me of what better cache options than Expo and High Stack? Yeah, High Stack exploration kind of sucks. I don't recommend wormholes either. I recommend finding Sancha space and going to rat there. Wormholes generally are a little deceptive. It's hard to explain to a new player why, but you end up doing more scanning than hacking. If you can find a way to nullsec somehow and find Sancha relics, it's really fast stacks. Really, I think you're kind of running into two problems. Like you're trying to stay in high sec and going through wormholes when you're not going to find much loot in either place, in my opinion. Some people swear by early game wormhole scanning, though. Yeah. If you want gas, though, yeah, wormhole should have that. Otherwise, you should target Sancha or Garista relics, maybe even drone relics. I'd go to any location. You can use needle jacks. Use a needle jack and see what's around. Wait 15 minutes, use another one, see what's around, cloak up, right? Use needle jacks to get your way in, and then use a Pockfinhall to come back, and you can Google those terms. What's up, Mahoninator? How you doing? The only markup language, got you. I was thinking of the other. As someone who's currently trying to quit smoking cigarettes, congratulations, man. That's huge, yeah? Yeah, I smoked from when I was 11 to like 18, 19. Yeah, exploration inside of wormholes is more for those that live there or those that want to do organized day tripping. If you're going into J-Space, wormholes, Anoikis, if you're going in there specifically to hack relics for money, you're going to find that most of the relic sites you find are combat sites in disguise, and if you're in a class 4, 5, and 6, you will never find a pirate relic site, short of a Sancha, wormhole, or a Shattered. So you end up going into high class and just having no chance and not even realizing it to find pirates. So you got to stay low class, and even then you got to sort through so many fucking wormholes and bullshit. It can be worth it, but I think you'll have more like needle jacking, so you have local so you can stay uber safe. Just keep needle jacking until you have enough loot and then Pockfinhall back. It's pretty safe. Alphas don't get cloak, it's a little harder. I feel like I missed a ton today. No worries. As a new player, if she wants to do J-Space, we can fleet up. How new is the player? I get the impression pretty new. Yeah, no, Vec, you're basically looking at combat sites. If you find a relic site and there's sleepers in it, yo, look, we're getting rolled off. Look at D-Scan. You're watching somebody roll a wormhole right now. Some of you may have never seen that. So if you are, yeah, I'm saying use needlejacks for null and then use a Pochvin inbound and outbound filament to get back to high sec. That's what I would do on a fresh account. What's up, Yas? Ivan, I have no idea. I don't know if they'll fleet up. I have no idea. You're welcome to DM them though on Twitch. It's nice of you to offer. Zero Eyes, what's up? Going to Wormhole for mining. There you go. Sure, they only have 2 Tempests. It'll take them a little tiny bit longer than normal, right? 5 minutes to roll. We'll see them disappear and come back in 5 minutes, and then you'll see one of these despawn one of these signatures. I'm talking about those that are data. Oh, so you're asking what the loot is inside of those? It's worthless generally. What it is specifically are sleeper relics, which can be researched into blueprints for Tech 3 stuff, but it's generally not worth a whole lot. There are a couple that are worth something, but it's nothing like Pirate. Yeah, sorry. It was a little hard to understand what you knew and what you didn't. You're welcome. There's a caveat. If you can find a tallow can container inside of those sites, you can drag the rats away, steal that can, and get some relics, but it's not worth it for a new player. It's a little bit complicated. Nintendo's talking about the new exploration thing in Sovnol. You're right. I don't know much about it, so I can't really recommend, but seems possible you could piggyback off of a block and just take their spawn sites too. Mm. Utterly delicious. Nintendo says we have one close to UW9, so there's lots of sites spawning there, even though it's NPC null. Wait, Nintendo, who are you? We have one close to UW9? Wait, are you my corp? Or you just... Oh, you're oh, that's Six Nyendi. Okay, that's my boy. Bro, I forgot this was his Twitch name. These are one of my court mates. Clean. Nintendo, you're talking about HTAC-A, right? What's up with that site? Why is a null? Why does an NPC nullsec region have like 1,000 signatures in it? It's HTAC-A. Here, I'll show you. I guess I can pull up the real map. Go to Curse. Why does this system right here have like 50 signatures in it? What's up with that? This is NPC null. I thought only like Sov could have these things installed. Anybody have any idea why? There's a group that like has some dudes there hanging out, but yeah, I don't know. We're still gonna look at the code, by the way. I'm just getting my coffee and chilling. Never in a rush. My streams are better the less rushed I am. I mean, it seems obvious, but I have to tell myself these things. People were like, it's okay if you're silent for 1 minute, buddy. Relax. Saw that the other day and almost made me want to get my expo fit. It must be a beacon thing in Sov that is within... But, oh, I see what you're saying. Nah, there can't be anything, right? There's nothing there. There's no Sov nearby, right? Am I bugging? Like, what the hell could that be? It's actually shocking. Goons next door. Really? It looks like it's nestled into Curse. Maybe I'm seeing this wrong. Hold on. People are asking me to look. So HTAC-A is here. So you think there's I just don't see anything Goon proximate. Oh, maybe... Is there one of these nearby systems where they're pumping out sites and they're all ending up here? I mean, that would be that would explain it definitely, but that just seems unreal. S taggy is goons. All right. So literally, goons have shit set up there and they're pumping an HA. Is that like a local source of relics for us? That's crazy. Pig, how are you, buddy? Wayne is here. What's up, Slime? How's life? I'm excited for the patch. I'm about to look at nicotine here real quick. This is the main Rust process. So this is probably going to declare the objects or whatever they call them. Types, classes for the other things, I'm assuming. So let's take a look at this. This is the main declaring, basically importing, I guess. Or this is referencing, like, referencing the other scripts. This looks like imports, right? Hyperlink manager, Kwin manager, sway manager. Yeah, this is basically importing all the things it's going to need to communicate with the various popular desktop environments. Vibing, kicking off new job. Fleet's bench for the time being. Yeah, Fleet's bench for now. Yeah, unfortunately, mate. Yeah, I'm going to have to get re-inspired. No question. Sorry. You can tell. It's brutal for me. But I love you, and I appreciate you for what you are, and you're always welcome here. I imagine I'll get bit by the bug again soon. No apology necessary, my guy. I get it. Yeah. Well, I also recognize that people like them, so I want to make sure that I appreciate that side of it. No doubt. Much love, dude. Oh, Arc is Arc like a library for Rust? Obviously, I don't know how this works, but somebody else mentioned Arc here. All right, so we're going to create the window manager. And this is probably going to be entered into the daemon to be referenced. So if we're on X11, we're saying, okay, let's be on X11. We're going to create a new manager and call it X11. Great. However, if we're on Wayland, we're going to detect the compositor, and then we're going to look for what's actually rendering it. Is it KDE? Is it Kwin? Is it Sway? Is it Hyperlink? Is it GNOME? Is it other? So GNOME is not going to work, and other is something less like popular that just obviously doesn't have support because it's just one guy who threw this together, right? So everything makes sense so far. We've identified which display server we're going to use. For me, it's going to be under Wayland, and it's going to be KDE if I was to use this right now. So we've declared the manager and we've created it. Now, the main, declaring a couple variables here. Let me make this bigger so y'all can see it. I got busy there for a bit when things were popping. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's true. You did miss a couple of good ones. It's true. All things are seasonal. All things. You, me, Fleets, Eve. So this is the beginning of the main actual function. So this is going to be commented. Beautiful. So we're going to daemonize the process, which essentially makes, like, I'm assuming the loop we're doing here, it demonizes it. So it daemonizes it. So it's going to keep running in the background almost as a service. So this is what's going to run. So we're in the daemon process, start daemon in the background thread. Great. And I guess I'm not uberly familiar with this notation, but I can kind of discern, I guess, that the colon, the double colon is kind of stringing together. It's used as a syntax in Rust to string stuff together. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, I'm not a coder. I haven't seen anything like this in C# though. All right, so we're going to initialize the daemon. We're going to wait a little bit. We're going to wait 100 milliseconds just to make sure that it's actually running. This is arbitrary. I suppose this shouldn't be hard-coded, but whatever. This guy's a genius compared to me. I can't critique anything. But as far as hard codes go, if you're just waiting for an arbitrary delay, it's fine. So we're going to... What was our WM? All right, so WM, so the main function invoked this function, which stored it in the variable WM. So wm.getEveWindows is going to be another function we're going to see in the window managing script shortly. So this is going to somehow scrape all of the Eve windows, probably similar to what I've done with the script by sorting by group name or something like that. We'll have to look into this. It's going to lock and unwrap and update the windows, which is fascinating. I can't even imagine what these things mean. I don't know if these are arbitrary, or if these are just arbitrarily named, or if these are actual like Rust terms. I'm assuming these are just functions he's made. We can obviously click on it and go to it, but I'm just gonna hold off on doing the go-tos here. If there's an error, we're gonna print an error. Otherwise, overlay disabled, daemon running the background. If the overlay is not shown, bunch of error catching. So after the daemon is up, it's going to start the overlay. Initialize the windows we got. It's going to pull them out of, I guess, being minimized. I'm just guessing here. It's going to run the overlay. Beautiful. So straightforward. It's just basically creating the daemon, running the processes, getting the windows. It's cool the way the language looks. So we're getting to more abstract stuff. I'm not really sure what it all does together. It's not commented. It obviously has strings outputting. We can kind of figure it out, but this is basically commands saying we want to cycle forward, cycle backwards. It's interesting. There's a lot of code for each cycle. Lock file equals temp nicotine tack cycle dot lock. So we're going to write truncate mode open. Interesting. So open the file, some mode, truncate it, create it, and write. Okay. Cycle forward, cycle back, init config. So this will output to the console to show you what's going on. Okay, so that's the main process. Kind of makes sense. Let's go to the window manager. This is probably the most interesting thing for me. Namespacing got you. Excellent. And what does that look like in C# or another language? What would I be more familiar with? Crix, thank you, by the way. Oh, you're Craw? Cool, buddy. Lord Cow, what's up, gangster? All right, so the window manager is going to be particularly important. This is obviously the heart of the entire program. So window manager is pub trait. Window manager is send plus sync. So this is obviously declaring. I'm not familiar with the syntax. So trait for window management across different display servers and compositors. So trait, this sounds like a Rust thing. Maybe not. So we have get all Eve windows, activate windows, stack windows, get active window, find window by title, and move window. So, obviously, this is how you would manipulate his window manager, his script to interface with the window managers. I'm just wondering if we can get to see these. Because, hold on, let's take a quick look. X11 manager, could it be in here? Yeah, here it is. Okay. So Wayland, X11 backends, this is where the functions are going to be. Let's look at the Wayland one. So get all windows, for example, is going to, I'm assuming it's using WM control or something. Let's see what it does. Yeah, WM control, here we go. So we're going to store WM control as a command and execute it basically to do the various manipulation we need. Very interesting. So get all windows, activate window is going to be WM control again. We're going to use IA. I'm familiar with these flags very lightly. It's just interesting how we're laundering a bash command through Rust here. It's kind of cool. Stack windows. It's just very verbose, you know? Like stacking windows in this instance is only needs to be this verbose, I guess, because of all the framework he's built around it. But really, you're just sending WM control IR with the identifier. This is really neat, though. I wonder how fast this is. I mean, if nothing else, if for whatever reason I don't like this package, this is going to be very useful for tweaking my own thing. Sway manager in there. What about X11? It's just going to be, it's not XDo tool, right? Is it still WM control? Well, hold on. Are we minimizing the windows or what? Stack, get active, find window by title. Does this minimize the windows? I don't know if he ever said that. Because I don't think there's an actual command in WM control that minimizes windows. Huh. Off the work meeting, see you, Drone Bay. Thanks for coming by. You can think of traits kind of like methods, but not really. Rust is very low level, so verbose and very fast. Yeah. Okay. I'm having trouble understanding. Does nicotine even minimize windows? I guess I could ask him. Do you even minimize, bro? I mean, yeah, because you know, this is a non-preview implementation, so I just assumed that it would minimize. I'm not sure though. I just almost know from experience that WM control doesn't have the ability to minimize unless I'm missing something. I mean, the word minimize is not even in the doc. I know sometimes they call it hidden. So there is a hidden, there's a hidden property here. Let me just see if I can like read anything on DuckDuckGo real fast about hidden. I know XDoTool does it. Depending on the window manager, this may or may not minimize it. Is that what I'm understanding? Let's look at his code and just see if the word hidden is somewhere. I don't think this minimizes, which is interesting because it's so much work you did. I wonder why you wouldn't want the free performance of minimizing. And if you're running a daemon, you don't even have to tie it to the switch. You can just have it minimize every second or two. I guess I could add him and ask. I'm going to ask him on Discord to see if he's around, because I'm really curious now. We can obviously test this by running it, but I prefer not to run random ass code if I can help it without knowing what it does. The truth is I don't have the skills to truly vet this, but I'm not worried about it. If it's minimized, the over still update on what's happening on the client? No. The way people get around this sometimes, I think Evo on Linux does this, is it screenshots it like a couple times a second. But if it's minimized, you can't use thumbnail previews. It just doesn't work. But this isn't even a preview manager. I thought this was just a client switcher. I mean, we can certainly test this today. I think I'll just hold off until I do it off stream so I don't bork it. But we could probably run this with no issues. Specifically, what I'm looking for is the ability to switch without black framing, using the daemon to speed everything up. But if it doesn't minimize, it'll be useless for me because I need the stuff minimized, right? It's very important. Without the minimization, you don't get this performance boost that I kind of show on the GitHub. I mean, this to the right of the graph is without it. To the right here is with it. It's shocking. It's shocking. Here, I can just show you real time. I don't even have to play. I cap my FPS at 60, right? So if I open all my clients here, wait, I did it last time with FPS. Just check this out. Mission center. So I have all my clients unminimized right now. Look at my GPU, right? And now I'm going to minimize everything except one of them. Watch the GPU. Like, you don't have to argue with me. It's right here, right? Very important to do that. Now, we all agree that that is a thing and we can test it. The question is, do you need previews that bad to give up that level of performance? That's the question. One more trip left after this. Easy. What's up, Psycho? How are you, buddy? Use the overlay to see what's happening on those clients. Something I'm hoping to have when I switch to Linux. Appa, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, so preview functionality, you can get it. We have EK preview, eval preview. You can potentially get Evo or X running potentially on Linux as well. Some people have reported that, but the fact of the matter is, no matter what system you're on, I don't think there's a way to have previews in real time and also tap into the minimization performance boost. So if you want previews, you're gonna have to drop your graphics down or have really good hardware. There's just no way around it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here is, it's okay to want previews. You're just gonna have to work harder for it, basically. Your computer's gonna have to work harder for it. But I don't use previews, so I might as well get the huge performance increase, right? I wish I had better news for you. Minimizing is very important, especially if you're going to juggle a lot of clients. So he says, actually just rearranges it in a stack when I multibox at times of 10 clients, so I need to very quickly cycle through them. Minimizing latency about the same is the name of the game in my opinion. Minimizing latency. Basically, what the guy has done, I understand it better now. He says, I'll read it. He says, it actually rearranges their order in a stack. When he multi-boxes, it's with 10 plus clients, so I have the need to very quickly cycle through them. Minimizing latency is the name of the game in my implementation. So he's talking about cycling through them quickly, right? It's also important to note that in its current state with the default config, it just encapsulates his specific use case. And we're seeing that here, right? He's obviously got very powerful hardware that can run so many clients on Linux at once. I'm assuming he also turns his graphics down, but maybe not. So what you're left with is a script that I can't really necessarily use it, but if you have the power to do it and you want to run a daemon to minimize switching latency, which is totally different than minimizing latency, which is what I'm trying to fight, you might have yourself something of interest here. Very cool project though, no question. It's tempting to run it and just throw a minimizing function in there and just hope for the best. But if nothing else, he's inspired me to turn my script into a daemon. It's just infinitely more effective, I guess, to just run it as a process essentially in the background than it is to just constantly fetch the data from a text file over and over and over again, you know? Beautiful. Last trip, folks. Last trip. I think I'm actually gonna hit up the SKINR, believe it or not, before I finish. I was really digging that SKINR thing. I was really getting into it. It felt good. Let me get myself on the, what's it called? Watch list. Watch me now. Wait, am I missing somebody? Who's not here? Where's... What? What? Metabula was hiding. Metabula, how dare you? Dick move. Oh, what's up, Isomark? How you doing? We baited into the stream. Yeah, we were just checking this out, mate. Quite slick. Basically, I was trying to figure out for a while if you found a way to get WM control to minimize. We were going through your source code. It was getting pretty intimate. We were trying to figure out if you had like a way to minimize clients with WM control as you cycled through them. Because I'm obsessed with minimizing inactive clients as quick as possible to get the performance boost, whereas you're obsessed because you have the hardware to just cycle through it. We're almost, I'm chasing something completely different than you, but this is really nice. Like, I'm really impressed. I don't know if you code for a living or anything, but it's really cool. You've definitely inspired me to use a daemon, no question, for my own little script. I'm not sure if you've ever seen my little script before, but like, it's pretty funny. Clorkin going through my source on stream. I'll do my best not to be a fanboy. Nah, you Gucci. I think if there's like a way for me to like add or somebody when you get around to it down the line, add just a toggle to, and here's my idea. I'm just gonna say it. Like, what if your daemon every like couple of seconds tried to minimize inactive clients? Don't do it every time you switch for the speed, but just every couple seconds. Just try to minimize the inactive clients to just pull that boost back. That's kind of what I'd like to do. I want to make my bash script switch clients. That's damn near instant, but the minimizing, I want that a little delayed. I want to get the performance, but I don't need it as I'm switching necessarily like you. You're running 10 plus dudes, bombers. You're trying to basically you're basically trying to recreate input broadcasting. I feel it. Another name of the game altogether. Right. But I get this black frame when I stream specifically as I switch, and there's a good reason because I'm minimizing all the clients every time I switch. So not perfect. Tyvin says, goes full fanboy. Shit. Yo, I heard a rumor that my boy Taravin has a Patreon. I heard a rumor I signed up for it. I can't imagine anybody else would, right? No way. We're not allowed to make money though on the other server, but I'm just saying if anybody ever got help from Taravin and wants to throw him a couple bucks, there it is. Nailed it! I'm about to post it on my Discord, on my other one. I'm a loyal Taravin patron. That's just how it is, so. Nobody's gonna sign up, I'll feel bad. Isomark, thank you so much, mister, for contributing to the Linux team. I'm happy you found your way to the Discord, for real. My fucking logo out of here. And it's awesome to have people actually coding things. It's been like literally me and a couple other people trying to make a couple scripts here and there. And it's like, I don't know what I'm doing, mate. Yeah, let me just for funsies, let me just bust open what I have. This is like what my bash script looks like, and you know, all it does is, but I guess the key difference is like cycling is an afterthought in mine. Mine are targeted. Like I need to be able to target the specific thing I do because I don't run copies of ships as a multi-box master like you. I'll run like a Loki and a Proteus or whatever. So I have to switch between them. So I needed targeted switching, right? And I needed to minimize the inactive clients. Totally different use case. But I'm thinking these two ideas can come together. Why not? Anything I make is open source. Anybody can copy it and claim it. I don't give a fuck. I'm just trying to play the game and have a good time, create cool things. You can almost see KDTool uses Kwin scripting's kind of version of it, of WM control to do it, but you can see like I've even gone up so far as to like actually shade the window on top first to get more performance out of it. Collab. Trust me, people on our Discord are going to become programmers specifically for Linux. Like right now, it's only the tip of the iceberg. I look, there's like 550 people on Discord now. Just wait. It's going to be nuts. ISO, maybe nicotine will be the de facto way to switch when you you've only just started it. Maybe you'll be the Evo guy for Linux. Who knows? I gotta say, I hate the cigarette theme. It looks awesome, but I hate cigarettes. But it's okay. We let that slid. We slid that one. I think we're reaching enough mass that we can specialize a bit. Yeah, no. What's up, Retulard? How are you, buddy? Sorry I didn't say hi. I'm a little distracted. Taravan, hope you're having a good day. Hope everybody's having a good day. Taco says, it seems like this is the shit made for Nomad's Tale. Yeah, they even referenced the Nomad's Tale today on the Eve stream. It literally blew my mind. Cigarettes are a big inside joke of my developer group friend. Ah, okay, no doubt. Well, I'm glad you hate them. I was telling them I smoked when I was a kid, age 11 to 18, 19, and then I quit. They were, what's the phrase? Unhealthy. Just finishing up a vital core reservoir here, by the way, in case you're wondering what I'm doing in Eve. 240,000 meters cubed of gas. That's a lot of fucking gas. How much money is that? Let's consult the Oracle here. Let's consult the Oracle, not the Larry Ellison Oracle. The other one. So if we get rid of the residue, a Vitcore is 1.2 billion, right? 1.1 billion on the big cloud. So that is how much we would have earned today as a group in 3 hours. So that's 333 million ISK an hour over 5 accounts. Kids, don't do gas. It doesn't pay. It's a very gassy shit. Most of the Eve software I build is OPSEC, but some of the other stuff I'm working on is bananas. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not making cheats, I'd love it. You don't have to tell us anything. Just don't tell me you're making cheats, because then I'll have to fucking YOLO you. The fact that you made a client switcher tells me you're not a cheater, because otherwise you'd be using input broadcasting. So, show off your seat. Oh, somebody else asked about the mapper too. Somebody wanted to know why it is that I use a CLI mapper. Is there any reason, or am I just a hipster? Well, primarily just a hipster. But make no mistake. By the way, those Tempests never rolled that hole off. I find that bizarre. Make no mistake, it is faster to use a mapper like this than it is a point-click GUI one. Just straight up. You're like, oh, but it doesn't auto-link you. I don't give a fuck. I can type faster than auto-link works. And auto-link is like instant. I can literally just type, like, let's just say VSW is a wormhole. Map VSW, and then enter the J code. You know how easy it is to enter 6 digits? Boom. It fetches the class, the static, the weather, and puts me inside of it, ready to go, right? There's nothing to it but to do it. I use it because it's literally faster than any GUI I've ever used. But I'm solo, so I don't need any of the functions that mappers have, which are very important for groups. Capiche? Intelligent software? Nice. Good. Good man. Good man. Are you planning to put a license on the GitHub? Yeah, there's a license. There's MIT on it, right? Or did I not see MIT? I swear I saw MIT at the bottom. Oh, he didn't actually include the license file, did he? Yeah, there's no license file on it. I mean, he's going MIT, so I'm sure, you know, whatever. Just give it a day. He'll probably put it up there. He said he just hobbled it together and didn't expect anybody to necessarily use it. I think somebody said he posted on a Reddit. I'm banned from Reddit, so I have to get relayed information. I've been a bad boy. Obviously, if you're going to, like, charge for it later, like, you know, fuck that. But if you want to develop it and, like, share what you learn, I mean, I would love that. You know what I mean? We have a lot of people interested in Linux that are not tech savvy. But somehow they're getting drawn into the idea that they can kind of wrestle control back over the processes. It's kind of cool. So let's do a quick update on the gas just to show you our progress. Remember, 240,000 M3 here, and we're down to 27. Not bad for a couple hours, right? You gotta remember, even though you're making like fucking, what, 75 mil per character per hour, it's not a whole lot. It's literally the easiest activity in the game, short of AFK shit, such as reactions, right? CCBYNCSA, yeah, I know what those letters mean. MIT for no license or basic anywhere else, yeah. What's up, Maniac? My day is going really well, thank you for asking. I am caffeinated, I'm happy. I'm sexy. No, I'm not that. I'm Supple? No, not that. Fuck. I'm out of words. It was fun tearing into this code though. I think it's really uberly inspiring for me to change the way I'm doing this. Based on his ideas here. So my bash script, I'm almost positive we're going to rework this. Instead of accessing hard-coded actual text files and then loading that into a variable, we're gonna boot up a daemon, and the daemon is gonna load the variables, and you would change the daemon when you want, not this, right? Now it's very similar. I just want it to be different, and we want the daemon for one reason specifically. I want it to minimize all inactive windows every few seconds when you haven't like pushed a switch. I don't want it to minimize as I do it, right? So I'm gonna try and see what that's like. Setting one up, I can't imagine is very hard. Should I watch a video on how to set up a daemon? Basically non-commercial, share your work, give attribution. I don't want people making money off waffles, basically ever, and it fit the bill, good man. Fastest way to find these wormholes. What's up, ball boy? I've always been told to assume no license is copyright. Could do. How to write a Linux daemon from start to finish. 50 minutes, G. 50 minutes, dude. I like my chatters. I don't want to inflict that. Daemons and init systems? Creating a Linux service, 3 minutes. How could you take 50 minutes to write a daemon? What is the daemon doing? I'm mad. Alright, I kind of want to watch one of these just to learn about how it works. I think I'll watch one of these with more views, a couple minutes long here.
What's going on, everyone? In this video, I'm going to cover kind of the basics that you need to know about systemd, both theoretically.
I'm literally going to learn a little bit about Linux real quick, and I just want to like see if I can have any advantage going into this to learn how to set up daemons. It's a 10-minute video.
And practically, like how you're going to be interacting with systemd when it is your system's init process. Firstly, what is init? I'm just very quickly going to cover that. We're going to talk about how systemd kind of works, the main ideas that you need to know to work with systemd. We're going to cover units, we're going to cover systemctl, we're going to cover systemd targets, and we're going to cover kind of the relationships between different systemd units, what you might think of as services right now, and how systemd handles dependencies. And
I don't think this is the video for us. Daemons and init system, 9 minutes. This looks interesting. What's up, Dodge? Linux 9. We were I'm doing Vital Core in the background. We were talking about patch notes. We're talking about everything today.
Linux system, there are various services running as processes in the background, taking care of things
Ceiling
like
fan?
configuring your network connection, responding to connected
You have to hold the drill
devices,
in weird angles.
your logins, managing file systems, and more. They are often called daemons because they are running silently. In a typical Linux system, there are various services running as processes in the background, taking care of things like configuring your network connection, responding to connected USB devices, managing your logins, managing file systems, and more. They are often called daemons because they are running silently and are mostly invisible to the user. You are watching episode 4 of the Layman's Guide to Linux, and today I am going to be discussing daemons and
yeah, he's pretty Linux style, isn't it? You can just tell.
Systems right now on Spatry's Cup of Linux.
Holy shit, this is going hard. Look at this animation. That shit's not AI.
Alright, let's begin.
Dude, holy
First,
shit.
A message for Nick. Thank you for the kind letter of encouragement. This episode is just for you.
Aw.
A daemon is a type of
Hell yeah,
program
Nick.
on Unix-like operating systems
Sup, Jerry?
that runs
I'm learning a little bit about
unobtrusively in the
daemons.
background, rather than under direct control of the user, waiting for it to be activated by the occurrence of a specific event or condition. One of the daemons started by the kernel after it finishes boot is called init, or systemd. And its role is to start the rest of the system, including all other daemons and graphical sessions. The traditional init system...
So init's a daemon. Fair. I guess we assume that.
System used since the old Unix era is System 5 init. However, most modern Linux distributions
Nah,
today
my videos
have
are like
adopted
depressed sounding.
Systemd. Now, this is not going to be a battle over which init system is better. Personally, I use both, and they work. They do the job they were intended to. They run critical system processes transparently so that I can get my work done. And at the end of the day, that's what everyone wants, right? A system that works. What is a process? Each system has a particular goal it wants to achieve. Such a goal could be providing a website to anonymous visitors all over the world. To enable that, there should be something listening to the individual website requests, processing them, and then finally sending back the related web page. We call this a process, and it consists of machine code. There are individual instructions on what the system should do. There are instructions including reading an image from the hard disk, sending data via the network interface, or sending an error message in a log file. Now, what is a Linux daemon? Some processes have the goal to run for a long time on the system in the background. This could be to fulfill requests like scanning and...
Hold on, I'm probably going to learn how this works, but real quick, before we even start, like, what is the difference between running, like, daemon.exe, I know Windows, but what's the difference between running a daemon and, like, running a process as no-hub process and... Like, what is the function? One of them is encoded and we can reinvoke without having to arbitrarily call it? Is that the only difference? A daemon at its core is a pre-configured process that's just running with no hang-up and in the background? Or...
email
we're gonna
or
find
sending
out.
back a page.
I just wonder what the difference is.
These processes are called daemons. Besides the duration, another big difference
It's probably just that
is
there's a file
daemons
associated with it, maybe,
do
like a
not
script.
need interaction with the user. Typically, they won't send any data to the user, but use log files instead. Daemons are often started directly after the operating system is started. Most have a D at the end of the process name to hint that they are daemon
What's up, Twitch? How you doing?
processes. A good thing
I'm just learning a little bit about Linux real fast.
A daemon is always a process, but not all processes are daemons.
Interesting. So daemon is out of sight, out of mind. A process can be front and center if it wanted to be. You can daemonize anything, so as long as it runs as used with no terminal GUI, there you go.
And what about services? Typically, the term service was used on Windows systems. With the introduction of Systemd, this term is now more applicable to Linux as well. A service is a combination of resources to provide some functionality. For example, a secure shell service that consists of running a related daemon and any dependencies it needs, like networking. When using init, processes start serially, or one task starts only after the last task startup was successful and it is loaded into memory. This often resulted into delayed and long booting times. If somehow init daemon could not start, no process will be started and the system will reach a stage called kernel panic. And I'm sure some of you have seen.
Yep, seen kernel panic. Just a quick little aside. This ThinkPad, now it's not going to be anything special for people that use Linux, but when I start this computer, it just goes to a command line. There's no desktop environment at all. It's just like, hey, what's your login, asshole? I'm like, all right, here's my login. and then I give it the login, still no desktop environment. It then like just gives me another command line. And so I have to tell it, right, to start X because of the way I have it configured, right? You could obviously do it automatically. I just like doing it manually. It's fun. Desktop manager made it. Wait, what do you mean? No, I have this set up the way I like. No. Basically, what I'm trying to say is this is Debian 12 on a ThinkPad from 2003. Yeah, this is a T42, one of the last ones IBM made before Lenovo, right? This fucker I found in a pile and kind of refurbed it, and I love the old school Linux experience. Yeah, no, sorry, he was trying to troubleshoot when I was actually kind of flexing, being a hipster. But it's cool because you go in and it's just a command line. You obviously need the password right off rip. There's nothing there. So if somebody could get this computer, and even if they know my password, they may not be able to access it, which is hilarious to me. It's like a manual transmission for a car. Got you, Taco. Taco, are you on our are you on the Linux Discord by any chance? Nothing quite hits like a machine that came out during the Bush administration. Good man. The Bush administration feels like a lifetime ago.
That ugly black screen with all the white text. Init is most commonly referred
it's
to
Eve on
as
Linux. Our Linux Discord is an Eve on Linux Discord. We just changed the name to End of Life so that we can help other people that don't want to do Eve as well. But please join it if you guys have any interest at all. I'll post it on YouTube as well, just in case you are interested. It's a fast-growing server, lots of information there. Taravin is there, Isomerc is there, everybody's there. Everybody's there.
System 5 in it. System 5 is the
Perfect.
first commercial Unix operating system designed, and usages of init on most of the Linux distributions of today is identical with System 5 OS, with a few exceptions, like Slackware using BSD style, and Gentoo using its own custom init. System D, on the other hand, is multi-threaded. It loads services up much faster. It also offers more features. Even System D's opponents largely agree
the brand
that
is
System 5
pricey.
init is old and needs to be replaced. But critics correctly note that System D is in fact more than that.
I feel like he was like, we're not going to talk about System D versus Init, but then like we've spent the whole time talking about it.
It's a large
All right, where's that 3-minute video? Where are you? Where are you, my sweets, my dear? Here you go. This is what I want to watch.
Once in a while, you need to create a script and run it in the background. There are a few
background. Dude, that's so... Dude, this guy has so much swagger. You need to run a script in the background. Oh, it's so awesome.
Approaches that you can take. Probably the simplest one is to just add AND symbol to the end of the command. Also,
so
if you want to
adding
close
an ampersand
terminal,
runs it in the
append
background.
no hub before the command.
Look.
If your script exits,
this is the video we needed to watch. Remember how I was just doing this?
For some reason, you would need to restart it manually. The better approach is to use systemd, System and Service Manager for Linux. In this tutorial, I'll show you how to create a simple systemd service that can run your script in the background and restart it in case of the failure. First of all, let's create a simple Python HTTP server.
All right, well, no.
We're going to run it on the localhost 8080.
Watch.
It will accept only HTTP.
All right, so using some fancy Python stuff, and it's interesting. I didn't know we would just jump right into HTTP. Like, why?
Get requests
Let's find out.
Return hello string
I need to
back
watch
to the
this.
client. We can also allow user to exit the program by hitting Ctrl-C or delete key on the keyboard. Let's try to run it in foreground first and make sure that it works.
So he's
Then
just making an
open a new
arbitrary
tab and try
service
to
just to show. Okay, we don't care about the service.
Test the server with the curl command. If you get hello message from the server, that means it works.
All right, so
Now-
basically he's created a server, which is a Python script that we are able to talk to by invoking a command or curling. We're going to use curling, which is basically, we'll just call it pinging a URL. So we're going to ping our local network and we're going to ping it with hello, and it's going to return hello. That means that this daemon or this script or server, whatever the fuck he's calling it, works.
Now we want this HTTP server to run all the time. We restart it in case of a failure and even survive Linux restarts. That's where systemd comes into play. Let's go ahead and create a systemd service file. It's a bare minimum configuration to get you started. Make sure to specify.
All right, so there's a bunch of stuff we have to declare every time we want to set up a service or whatever, or a daemon under systemd. I don't know, like, is this the only way to do it? can't imagine we can't. Well, what's stopping us from just running a process as no hop and setting it in like the bash RC to just auto start? I guess systemd is going to add a lot more functionality to it, but I'm just wondering definitionally what the difference is between just auto starting a process in the background versus this.
Specify your Linux user and exec start command to start your server. You can also provide environment variables to your script.
Nothing,
the important parameter is restart. You can either set it to always or restart your script only
this is
on
just
failure.
Nice because you
By
have
default,
control
when
over
you
what
configure
happens.
restart equal
this
to always,
important.
as we did, the systemd gives up restarting your service if it fails to start more than 5 times within the 10 seconds interval. The restart sect directive also has an impact on the outcome. If you set it to restart after 3 seconds, then you can never reach 5 failed retries within 10 seconds. The simplest fix that always works is to set start limit interval sec to 0. This way, the systemd will attempt to restart your service forever. It's a good idea to set restart sec to at least 1 second to avoid putting too much stress on your server when things start going wrong.
Lessons on how to make a ratting bot farm. Yeah, I don't obviously condone any cheating. You can joke, it's fine. But if you want to make like a ratting farm, a lot of different ways to do that. If you want to cheat, can't help you there, buddy.
Now let's test the system service. Go ahead and start the server.
So sudo-ctl start and then
to
the service.
automatically start your service when Linux boots up.
Where did we put that file? Did he tell us where to put this file?
Bare minimum.
Okay, so etc slash. Let's go back. There we go. So etc slash systemd slash system slash blank dot service. I'm just going to look at that in my file system real fast. Yeah, I mean, look, this is our folder right here. So this path has a bunch of stuff in here already, right? So we would just be adding one and it would know to look for that.
It's a bare minimum configuration to get you started.
Yeah, I have Linux on everything. I don't want to use Windows anymore.
Your Linux user and exec start command.
Looking at pre-launch for Eve to kickstart the daemon or most auto start and display server launch. Interesting. So it's just adding more things I wouldn't have to think about, right?
To start your server.
So
you can also...
What I kind of... Sorry for the pauses. What I kind of expected of like running a script on launch that I could access, that's actually closer to what I'm going to probably end up doing. Okay, good man.
Provide environment variables to your script. The important parameter is restart. You can either set it to always or restart your script only on failure. By default,
which Linux
when you
distro is good for
configure
GUI, baby?
Equal to always, as we did.
If you're really scared or concerned, you want to go to Linux Mint. That's my opinion. It's literally a downstream of Ubuntu that doesn't suck, and it's very friendly for people that just want to take it slowly. Most of us are using CachyOS nowadays on the Discord, but we have people of every variety, and you don't have to take my word for this. Let's just open it the fuck up, yeah? If we go to the distro roles, we have 48 Arch users, 28 Debian users, 25 Fedora users, 9 Gentoo users, 10 Nix users, 41 Cache users, 4 Nobara users, 4 OpenSUSE users, and 14 Ubuntu users. These are just the people that clicked it. Obviously, it's not mandatory, it's opt-in. So you can see that ratio is huge. It's almost entirely Arch. Debian's the father of a lot of distros? Yeah, no doubt. It's funny, I put Debian 12 on here, and the next Debian 13, drops 32-bit support for everything. And this is 32-bit, so I'm on Debian 12 forever now. Feels weird, man. I can switch to something else, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know anything about licenses. Thank you, Terabin, by the way. Good to see you, buddy. Sorry for shamelessly plugging my stream on the Discord. I was just telling him we're talking about it. I'm sure he got a kick out of it. Terrified to switch over to Linux for your main rig. I mean, fair enough. I was terrified. It just turns out that it's not as bad as I thought, and it's actually cooler than I thought. So I welcome everybody to come to the Linux Discord and read about it. Teravin's put a tremendous amount of work into the wiki right here. We literally have a wiki on how to get Eve set up. Obviously, I made a couple videos on Eve to spread awareness, or on YouTube to spread awareness. But this Discord is a fantastic place to learn. Seriously, it's like I don't know if there's a Discord I've ever been more proud of than that. Clark can look at the Debian family tree. Yeah. No, I've seen the trees for sure. Yeah. Everything's downstream of Arch, of Debian, right? What's the advantage of moving to Linux from Windows? No advantage. I'm not here to argue advantages. I'll tell you, I moved because you have more control over your privacy. You have more control over what gets installed in your machine. You have less intrusive things like updates that force themselves and or, you know, paid versions and stuff like that. For me, it's just mostly a matter of principle. I'm gonna be real with you. Advantages, whatever. That's up to you. I can't tell you what the advantages would be for you. It's your personality, right? One second. I'm gonna go drop some gas off. Move some stuff around. Pick up that depot. You know, do the damn thing. I hate Linux. It's funny. I use DaVinci Resolve and I also use OBS with a fair amount of stuff on them, right? So like I'm constantly in a state of just panic. I haven't taken the time to really learn the audio. Paravan was reassuring me. It's not that bad. Can you see that Discord invite? Yeah, of course. Here you go, buddy. Seriously, definitely join. It's like you'd be shocked. We have gentle sirs, people that never thought they'd be able to switch off a Windows switching. So, but I always like to remind you, like, there's actually it's not that big of a deal. If you hear all this and you're like, I don't want to switch, dude, I don't care. Live your life. I promise you. There's a Megathron, by the way. I wonder if they're finally rolling. I promise you that, maybe Windows will be usable forever. It's your battle to fight. I'm not going to tell anybody to switch. But if you want to, I got you. Decent time for a 2-second align right here, I'd say. Although these rats do take a while to actually lock on you. Battleship rats. I'm on my Magoose picking up a depot. Couple of minutes here. I think we're gonna check out the SKINR next for real. It could be a lot of fun. I know that sounds lame, but trust me, I was having a lot of fun with it. My enthusiasm will probably bleed through on this one again. Someone said I should get this hyped in my other videos. I argue the opposite. I think my stream is like pretty hype. Like I feel pretty high energy, usually, which is funny because people compare me to Laura and say I'm asleep. But on my videos, like I'm very, what's the term? Pacified. Chilled, right? Like a bottle of wine. A bottle of wine. Couple of minutes here, folks. I love not running ads anymore. It's so nice. I don't have to ever think about when I have to do that shit. I can just do whatever I want. It's nice. I feel free. Soplab, what's up? Everyone should spend a summer in daily drive Linux, in my opinion. Lots to be learned from a single summer running Arch. Sure, yeah. I mean, but you know, there's just people out there that they don't want to do that. Not because they're dumb or lazy. They just don't. It doesn't, you know, it's not in their calculus. And I cannot leave them behind. I swear to God, it's important to me because you know, like, quite frankly, somebody using Windows doesn't really affect me so much. I'd rather support them, make them feel included as well. But I can tell you that, you know, most people have reasons to get off of Windows. They just, you know, haven't acted on them or whatever it is. But maybe they will one day, maybe they won't, who knows? It's a mystery. I'm both dumb and lazy, so I'll let Windows take this one. There you go. That's the thing, like, who gives a fuck? If Jerry's trying to slap on Windows, like, what am I even doing, man? And I call it, oftentimes, you'll hear me say the term proselytizing, right? And seriously, like, Linux users have a big problem with kind of forcing their opinion on people. And it's not everybody, of course not. I'm not even trying to joke about that. But what I will say is that it seems awfully common. It's a little bit weird, that's all. 1 second, yeah. I can say, yeah, it triggers me when I hear someone on Windows like try to tell me that Windows is good or like better than Linux or they had it like, yeah, it does, but I just don't care. It's like, it's literally their rope to hang themselves with. Like, I don't care. Maybe they're right. Maybe Linux is not that important and I'm just so principled in whatever direction. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just having fun with it, enjoying it, right? Talking about it, learning. Opinions are like assholes. It's true. So there's probably about 3.6 bill worth of gas in there. Pretty cool, right? What's up, Cranit? How you doing? Meeting was short? Yeah. I called your boss and told him to knock it the fuck off. Could have been a meeting. Did you get the girlfriend using SKINR yet? No, but I told her I made a panther and showed her, and I could see the envy in her eyes. She wants to use it. I think I'm going to install Eve on her laptop and show her how to use SKINR. Just give her like 1,000 plex and just be like, all right. Come back to like works of art. She's like selling massive amounts of fucking Eve skins. Goodbye, Porpoise. My Delora, I would rate a lot of Eve streamers to sleep. Yeah, I know, he's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, if you have his personality, you have his marketing background, and there's no like Bjornby in the scene, like, dude, why not make a stint at just like, you know, kind of what Captain Benzie did, but like actually stick it through and make it into like a living, you know? Why the fuck not? I don't mind it. I honestly think that he's doing good. Two cows, like Bitcoin investors, they'll tell you about it before you ask. There you go. Zero Eyes says, tomorrow my Porpoise pilot finally finished training. Whoa, that's huge. You're gonna use the boost on grid? Scary. Yeah. I think the biggest issue with the whole like fixing a problem, I agree, like it's actually like similarly annoying to do on any operating system. It's just that when when I was learning Linux, like there was a lot to kind of pick up at first, and it kind of clashed a little bit with the troubleshooting. Sometimes it made it extra frustrating. But if I was born on Linux and switched to Windows, the reciprocal would also apply. It would be the overwhelming learning of the Windows systems plus troubleshooting whatever I got wrong that would make it hard. So, you know, long hair, don't care. Are you on the test server? Me? Nope. What's up, Cougar? Are you on the test server? Yeah, I'm just mining gas on the test server. No, I'm just playing. BSD was so ahead of his time. I mean, listen, there's a world where Linux leadership falls apart, death of Linus or something like that, and a bunch of people do splits and it becomes all incompatible and it becomes an absolute mess. I'm just saying there's a possibility. I feel like BSD, OpenSUSE, or whatever these other things are, I feel like these are going to be more relevant, right? Benzie's back. Oh, nice. Yeah, he was somebody else. I don't know him like Laura, but he was somebody else that just like went for the mainstream style appeal, which is cool. That Drone Ray dude has some nice videos as well. It's true. I've heard down the grapevine. Commander says it's easy to get sucked into a vendor lock due to being busy, as not everyone has the time to learn a new system regardless how much the old one sucks. Yeah. He's saying I doubt it would fall apart if it splits. Sure, I truly, I'm just kind of talking out of my butt with that one. I was just almost postulating instead of sitting here opining. I'm just saying there's a world where we could switch to something else and it'd be fine, and I'd have to relearn it all. A lot of it comes down to documentation for Linux. A lot of it is repos, readmes, files rather than simple website. Yeah, sure. For example, I was going to say pull up my own man page for the bash thing, but like, I guess man CD, right? So CD is a program that changes directory. Like this is how you actually literally learn about how the commands are. And this is really like, what the fuck's happening for some people? But basically, like, I don't know how to say it, but like pretty much everything's a program and you can always just open the man pages for it. And that's intimidating for some reason. There's also on websites, you can look at the mans as well. I use Arch Linux, but the wiki is absolutely top notch. Yeah, Arch Linux wiki is nuts. That's because people can't read. Everything's a file. It's so true. Both Redux OS and Theseus OS have Linux binary compatibility, so there's already possible switch. Okay, Commander, you clearly know more than me. That's good to know. But for example, like Debian, for example, like just base Debian, like I'm pretty sure to have a package in their repo, you must have a manual. It's mandatory to have a man page, I think. I'm sure other distros are the same. So like anything you do, any command, any program you run will have a manual that you can just look through. Now, I guess it's just not fun, but I came, I guess, from an era where like I bought like a video game as a youngster, or my parents would have bought a video game when I was a kid, and it had like a manual. I would fucking love to read through it, dude. I think it's cool. You don't have to study it like a book or read it like a novel. You just get to look through it and kind of just like, ooh, neat, and just like skip around. It's the fun style of reading manuals. That's my opinion. I guess it doesn't look fun though. Anyway, let's finish this systemd program.
Systemd gives up restarting your service if it fails to start more than 5 times within the 10 seconds interval. The restart sec directive also has an impact on the outcome. If you set it to restart after 3 seconds, then you can never reach 5 failed retries within 10 seconds. The simplest fix that always works is to set start limit interval sec to 0. It's a good idea to set restart.
So this is creating an actual systemd entry, which we don't need to do for what I want.
Too much stress on your
This would be for some shit that's important, I think, not what we're doing.
When things start going wrong.
Right?
Now let's test the system service. Go ahead and start the server. To automatically start your service when Linux boots up, enable the service. Then check the status. In case it fails and you need to find a reason.
I mean, kind of cool that you get these functions, whatever. You get these functions because you add it as a service, but not necessary for me.
Or you just want to follow the logs, you can use journalctl command. Use curl to test. The last thing that I want to discuss in this video is that you can manage dependencies for your service. For example, if your server needs a database, you may use after postgres.service directive to instruct systemd to start your Python server only after the Postgres starts. This will only work when the Linux boots up and both services are enabled. If you want, you can add another requires Postgres directive. Even if the Postgres is down and you try to start your Python server, the systemd first starts the Postgres and then your program. Systemd has been the default system and service manager for Linux in Red Hat, CentOS.
So is my init program for this xinit? I feel like I'm stupid now. This must... It's Debian 12 with a 32-bit architecture. I'm using i3 as my tiling manager, and it must use systemd, right? Yeah, okay. Taco confirmed. Yeah, okay. So when I do startx, it's just basically... Like, I guess I just don't know how i3 wouldn't plug itself into systemd if it was running systemd, like, automatically. I must have, like, disabled it or something. I must have, like, intentionally unplugged something to make me have to type startx. I love it, though. It's awesome. Also, shout out to the nipple on the ThinkPads. I know some of you single for the time being. And everybody loves a nice nipple, so get yourself a ThinkPad just for that. Windows subsystem on Linux on Windows is kind of neat though. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Fedora, Ubuntu, Debian, and others for several years now.
So let me see if I understand
this. And it should become your go-to tool to run service.
So instead of systemd plugins, all I'd have to do would be create a script and then invoker it's as no hub scripts and in bash rc or whatever the fuck it is, right? Whatever the cache startup thing, right? This is it. This is essentially, there's no difference between doing this and setting up a fancy daemon in terms of like, it's a process running. I'm not like losing efficiency doing it this way, am I? And basically this thing can be responsible for incrementally minimizing the clients instead of tying it to the switches, which should make it extremely snappy, if my understanding is correct. Just run systemd, it'll dump something other than not found. You should be using systemd. Gotcha. I'm positive it's systemd. As soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, definitely. I don't think it's anything else. Commander says was using Windows 10 till February this year, and I switched to NixOS. But because I do development, I use Windows subsystem for Linux and Scoop, which is a package manager, heavily, and ran a VM to test my programs for Linux. So you're no newbies, essentially, even though you've not done it. I've met a lot of folk like you that literally did it for work, but never thought that Linux was ready for home. And the truth is, it's pretty fucking ready for home. You ever meet someone who's just so fucking good with computers it makes you feel like a dumbass? I mean, yeah, all the time with everything. Yeah. I meet people all the time that make me feel like a dumbass. Not intentionally, but just because of how little I know. Yeah. And when I stream, it happens all the time. Like, people know things. I'm just like, how the fuck do I not know that? Constantly. But I guess the best thing you can do is just accept you are a dumbass and you got a lot to learn, and it's cool. Learning is fun. That kind of makes you immune to that, huh? All right, well, there you have it. I know how to make a daemon now. We got Drone Bay's video. Drone Bay has a sick voice. Maybe we'll watch his recap here. That's our boy.
Hey there, Croven here for the Drone Bay. EVE Online Catalyst is right around the corner, and CCP recently hosted a stream giving us a more detailed look at some of the new things.
Listen to his voice. He's got the slickest voice in the EVE category. Don't even say mine's better than his. I don't want to hear it.
Coming in the expansion, including the new 2D map, carrier buffs, and more details about the new ships.
Just going to recap this. It's a 10-minute video. If there's anything I missed in here, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we'll let it bang. Just kind of winding down. I'm going to do some SKINR stuff still. I'm still going to stream for a while. I don't know. I'm just chilling. I don't care anymore. You can watch me or not. Whatever.
So
it's more fun this way.
In. We'll start off with something that one viewer pointed out I didn't discuss in my previous preview video, the 2D map. I was waiting to do a video on it in hopes that we'd get a closer look, and on the most recent stream, CCP Reject and CCP Mercury spent about 20 minutes going over all of the new filters and features the map offers. I'll be including some of the visuals from the stream, and we'll post a link to the whole recording in the description if you want all of the details. EVE's map is beautiful, but it's not always terribly practical for pilots. While the in-game filtering options have greatly improved over the last year or so, most veteran pilots use outside services like Dotlan for intel and navigation, since its 2D style makes it easier to see where systems, constellations, and regions connect. With Catalyst, CCP is bringing in some of that Dotlan functionality to the in-game map while adding some of the aesthetic beauty that already exists within the in-game client. We got a 20-minute dive into the map from the stream, but here are some of the highlights. First off, the layout of the 2D map had to be arranged manually, which had to be a huge task. One thing that impressed me is that
I can literally have my wonderful, awesome, smart, funny, beautiful, cool girlfriend. I can have her draw some of these maps just for fun, doodling them with like artistic things on top of the layout now, because these are fixed now. This is what it looks like in an abstract way. And everybody will reference this down the line. Dotlan will be a thing of the past. As much as we love Volare, it's time for that to go, right?
Says they worked directly with
We covered this at the start of the stream, but I'm just going to go through
as
it.
part of the project. They know that that's what their players actually use, so going to the person who developed that tool is a really
He's
cool
close to
thing,
1K.
in my opinion.
He's
One
close
of
to
the
1K.
options being added is the visibility of data in the 2D map. For example, if you check the map for numbers of pilots in space right now, you get various sized blobs of light on the map to indicate player activity. Hovering over that blob shows you the actual number. With the new map, systems will display the absolute value on the colored dot that represents each system. This makes it so much easier to see what you're looking at a glance. Pilots will also be able to change the sensitivity of the heat map within the in-game map. They can change the color gradient, filter systems.
You have no idea how important this is.
Many other options to more fully customize how the data is displayed on the in-game map. These changes are all great. Despite all the new ships and minor changes, this is the feature of Catalyst that many players are going to interact with the most, probably myself included. So it's great that CCP appears to have done a really good job with it. Another interesting visualization change is jump ranges. Currently, sitting in a jump-capable ship will show a sort of bubble, indicating what systems that ship can reach from its current location. While this is handy, it does generally mean tabbing back over to Dotlan. The new 2D map will directly highlight the systems that your jump drive can reach, making it a lot easier to read at a glance. On the stream, it was pointed out that this would be particularly useful for things like Black Ops battleships operating in hostile territory. As someone who participates in that sort of thing, I agree that it's going to likely be a very useful feature. In addition, highlighting a system will show you the range in light years and the fuel consumption required for the jump, which are great quality of life additions. It's worth noting that planning a trip...
Blanket season. Nah, I'm actually a year-round blanket kind of guy. Although in the summer, I'll put like a small, like a very thin blanket. When I'm at the computer, and I always tell people this is how I know I'm autistic, I just don't feel as comfy without a blanket. A little immature, a little bit honest, right?
...of multiple jumps is not currently part of the map. If you're planning on traveling a good distance, you'll probably still want to use Dotlan.
It's my battle blankie.
Ultimately, while this change doesn't affect game balance, resource distribution, or anything to do with actually piloting your ship, I think the quality of life improvements are really significant, and I am looking forward to it. It's also worth noting that the 2D map is completely optional. If you like things the way they are, or even the way they were before the previous round of changes, you're still able to use the map in those ways as well.
Bro, Charlie Brown was 1,000 years old when I was born, man.
CCP Trash Panda and CCP Kestrel joined CCPB to discuss the new ships, starting with the mining destroyers. CCP is making it very explicit that the Pioneer is meant to be a midpoint between the Venture and a mining barge, at least when it comes to mining ore.
Thank you.
A fit Venture costs a couple million-esque, while the hull alone for a Covetor currently runs more than 50 million. As CCP Kestrel pointed out on the stream, that means that losing a barge could set back a newer pilot significantly and making the climb back into one very difficult. The idea is that a Pioneer will cost about 10 million ISK and will be flyable by alpha characters, though they'll only be able to train the mining destroyer skill to level 2. At that level, CCP Kestrel says it will pull in about 12% more ore than a Venture. An Omega character with max skills for the Pioneer can expect him to pull about 10% less ore than a Procurer. We discussed the consortium issue version of the Pioneer and Venture a little bit in a previous video. Both seem to represent a decent upgrade, especially in terms of a larger mining hold, bonus to mining crits, and better tank. CCP Kestrel seemed to...
Do we think that we're going to be using Pioneers instead of Prospects to spin? I mean, you could. I guess the hold is kind of nice. I just don't see it, man. Prospects are fucking insanely strong. They have like the signature radius of like a small black hole.
The idea that the Pioneer consortium issue may settle out at a cost of about 30 million ISK. As with most expansion ships, that cost is going to be a lot higher at launch, but once it settles out, it seems like the faction mining ships may well be worth the extra investment. While we're on the Pioneer, I am still a little disappointed that they don't represent an upgrade to the Venture in terms of gas mining, but I do understand that CCP was concerned about rendering the Prospect obsolete. However, my disappointment is largely offset by my excitement for the Outrider, the command destroyer variant of the Pioneer.
Hey, he's here. I was wondering if you're going to catch this.
Didn't get a lot of new information about the Outrider, but for those who may not have seen the details previously, it represents an alternative to ships like the Porpoise. The Outrider...
Yeah, but lads, I think the Pioneer could have mined more, and I still may have stuck with the Prospects. It's going to be slow, right? Like, part of the defense of the Prospects is how fast they move. It's hard to catch them when you get going. I feel like the Pioneers can't get up to that. They should harvest a nominal amount of gas more. Rot Dog, take care, buddy.
Is expected to eventually cost less than the Porpoise. It also won't boost quite as well as its larger cousin, and it can't compress or gas, but it can fit a micro jump field generator. On top of that, it can also mine on its own and carries multiple flights of light drones.
Does it boost less than a Porpoise? What are the bonuses on it? I don't even remember. What are the Porpoise's bonuses? Where's it getting the extra bonus over the Outrider? They're both bonused for this style of boosts. I gotta look that up. I thought it might have been on parity with a Porpoise. Maybe I'm tripping.
To mining
There's probably something
For
I'm
someone
not
like me
noticing.
Who huffs a fair bit of gas and wormholes, the Outrider...
Interesting that the closed caption can't spell porpoise. Yeah, the closed captions are brutal all the time, mate. Especially if you have any accent. Sorry, I'm pausing it up too much.
...is going to be a great addition to my setup.
Letting it ride.
I can also see it being useful in other situations where mobility carries a higher value than the ability to compress. I could even see mining asteroids in J-space using an Outrider and a squad of Pioneers. Since anomalies are so much easier to find than gas sites, the ability to boosh and the additional mobility of destroyer platforms over barges could be really nice.
Oh, IndyCore bonus. Ah, yes, that's what I forgot. Thank you, bro, dude.
Cheaper the ships are than barges and a porpoise. We also found out a bit more about the Odysseus, the new Sisters of Eve expedition command ship. The stream confirmed that the idea of the ship
crunched
is
the
to
numbers
both
for
provide
everything.
a good solo platform and also potentially serving as a home base for a small
I just haven't
wormhole
compared it to a
nomad
corp yet.
operation. As I've said in previous videos about the Catalyst expansion, I love the idea of the Odysseus. A Swiss Army knife ship with 50,000 cubic meters of storage for gas, salvage, and other wormhole goodies that can also carry along a destroyer in its ship maintenance bay and can fit a covert ops cloak and enter frigate holes by using a 0-point mass entangler are all fantastic things. One question I did have was about the interactions of...
Was that an editing error? Ooh, I'm like my mind like a steel trap.
Are all fantastic things. One question I did have was about the interactions of some of the expedition bursts.
You're done.
Apparently, the idea behind extending the duration of expedition bursts is to allow the Odysseus to boost and cloak.
He's like, that wasn't a mistake. I'm just awkward.
That's a neat idea. And the ability to descan more than 20 AU in wormholes is definitely cool. I've been focusing on how the Odysseus will impact life in wormholes, but there are potential use cases for a lot of different types of gameplay. It can be blopsed, and extended scan range has many uses outside of J-Space. I'm overall pretty excited about what unique roles people will find for this ship.
I do it all the time, but I ramble,
with the
so
Odysseus,
I'm allowed.
Since we first saw the
You're too
details on the
smooth.
test server, is the cost. Requiring 250
Love you,
Sisters of
buddy.
Eve net resonators plus the material cost means the ship will
just being an
be
asshole.
about
I'm just
1.7 billion ISK to build. On the stream, CCP Kestrel said the idea was for the Odysseus to cost about the same as an Orca to build. He also mentioned on the stream that this might ultimately be a little too pricey.
Exactly.
I think the cost of an Odysseus is absolutely too high.
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? It's fair. I think everybody pretty much feels the same. Like, I remember in the video I made when I first heard about it, I was like, all right, 500 mil, fuck yeah. 1 bill, I mean, yeah, buddy. 2 bill, 5 bill, no shot. I think we're still on that. Like 2 bill, you'll see people buy it. If this is like 3 billion ISK, it's like, who the fuck wants to die in that?
In addition to the material build cost, we were told that the current thinking is for the Odysseus BPC to cost twice as much as a Nestor BPC from the Sisters loyalty point store.
They're careful to do too much.
200,000 loyalty points.
Yeah, I figured you
At
could.
1,000 ISK per loyalty point, which is honestly a low estimate for Sisters.
The Gas Outrider is
that adds another
exceptionally good.
200 million
It's a
plus to
huge
the
upgrade,
cost.
Commander.
As it stands, even after the post-launch price inflation dies down, the Odysseus is likely to cost at minimum.
I haven't compared it to a
2
port because I
billion
don't use a
to
port. I
build
use a Magus.
one hull. That is an awful lot for a solo wormholing ship or even a nomad operation. I really do hope CCP eventually revisits the cost of this otherwise fantastic ship. I want to see them in space, but I don't think we're going to see too many at this price point. Wormholers do tend to have a fair bit of money, but that's not a lost mail anyone
Yeah,
wants.
and the people that are flying this drone bay, right, are going to be like largely new bros that are inspired to do something crazy exploration-wise, right? It's not even going to be like pros that can afford it.
Once on their board.
Estimate's low.
Now, let's move on to some ships that are getting cheaper. Carriers. We had been told that carriers would be getting some updates. Now we have a better idea what those look like. First off, carriers are getting their build costs reduced by 30%. That is a significant discount. Right now, carriers and dreads aren't that far apart in terms of cost, and while carriers have seen an increased fleet roll through conduits, dreads are still used a lot more when it comes to actually, doing stuff. Carriers will also see some changes to fighters. They will now all have 4 fighter tubes and be able to deploy 2 at a time. Those changes will mean carriers can deploy 3 light fighter flights in addition to a support flight, or 2 each of light fighters and support.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna be honest, like the carrier thing, I know some of you are, but like that, this isn't gonna. The price is a big change, but like there is an identity crisis at the core of the issue with the carriers, right? We don't have to, we can't, and CCP they're actually quite good at balance in most instances, but we can't get away from this contradiction that carriers are supposed to inspire people to be like this mothership, this awesome, and they're just not. No amount of tweaking is going to fix this. So there's going to have to eventually be a point. They're committing it to utility now. And like, that's the contradiction. A carrier in our brain, as you tell a non-Eve player, is not for utility. That shit is for projection. That shit is for dominance. That shit is for endgame. So I feel like at some point, if I just had to spitball here, you might even see a third type of Tech 1 cap come out. And if not, we're going to need a battleship that can launch a fighter or two. Those are my thoughts, but I mean, who knows?
Some of those support fighters, like the Scarab and the Cenobite, are also going to be getting buffs. It's not all unmitigated.
Yeah, but supers are like pie in the sky, though,
their
for the
max
average
lock range
lineman.
has been reduced to 300 kilometers base,
Supers
making
do
it
fit
more
their ID,
difficult
though.
to
You're
deploy
right.
and sit far away from the battle.
I feel like supers shouldn't
Sitting
have
on
a
friendly
Sino.
structure and sending fighters thousands of
crazy,
kilometers
right?
away is a tactic
Supers
known
and
as
Titans shouldn't be able to
skynetting.
jump.
Now there's
Only
gonna be a
bridge
little
or
bit more
whatever.
risk involved in doing that. To get their potentially unlimited lock range back, carriers will have to fit an integrated sensor array. The drawback is that while the array is active, the carrier cannot dock, tether, or warp. It also has a 2-minute cycle time. You can still Skynet to a degree, but the carrier must be committed to the field in order to do so. On the flip side, using EWAR modules while the array is active will apparently no longer wipe out your capacitor.
You can
And
see
the
like they
carrier-
are aware of the dichotomy of the mind when it comes to carriers. Like they know we want to do Skynet, we want to be big bad boy. They also know they can't balance it to make it work. Why not give it a role they can actually use, the utility side of it?
will still be able to boosh while the array
They are
is
just
active.
freighters is
Right
largely
now,
the
carriers
case.
are mainly used for conduits and as suitcases for deployment. They're going to be getting a significant buff to that role in Catalyst, with the ship maintenance bay doubling in size. For groups like Noir, who find ourselves deploying across the map on a fairly regular basis, that is a pretty nice change. Finally, carriers are getting a significant visual refresh. The ship models have gotten a texture and geometry facelift, which
this is
is
pretty
always
cool.
nice. Another cool visual tweak is a new animation for launching fighters. You'll actually be able to see the individual fighters loading into the tubes and taking off down the carrier's runway. It is worth noting that CCP says this new animation will not affect how quickly a carrier pilot is able to control their fighters in space. It's purely aesthetic. Will many people actually watch this animation? Probably not in a high-stress
Once or twice.
situation, but don't be surprised if the drone bait gets a Thanatos base intro clip soon. Overall, I'm really happy that carriers are getting some love. I'll admit I don't participate in a lot of capital combat as a general rule, but anything to give more love to a ship class that has seen pretty
The
limited
Benjamin.
combat roles is
It's
likely
dead,
good.
dude. There's nothing in it. I'm
The
just
full
smoking
expansion
cotton.
notes will probably drop this weekend, and Catalyst will launch on November 18th.
Thank you, Drone Bay. Much love, dude. Yeah, the notes are here, folks. And I gotta say, I'm pretty happy. Now, this doesn't fix Eve, right? That's not the point of any of these expansions. But as far as expansions go, this one blows Legion out of the water, which the bar was pretty low on Legion, I gotta say. I really was pissed off about Legion. I'm not happy about Legion. Why am I not happy about Legion? Thank you for asking, because there's no goddamn gas freelance jobs. I can't do a freelance job. To this day, I'm not satisfied with my programs. I'm not satisfied with it. So, like, what's going on? Thanks for the love. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that was useful. People were asking if I did a rundown, and they missed it when I was here. It was nice to have a little recap. More people should make videos and content. That's my thought. But yeah, no doubt. Let me show you the SKINR skin I made, and you tell me if it's good or not. Maybe I'll make another one because that shit was fun. I didn't actually like finalize it. I just did the thing. So I call this hypnotizing seafoam, and it's like a spiral, and it has these like pearlescent scales on the side, almost like a fish. And it's all kind of like shiny and shit. Like, what do we think about this? Cumby says, damn, that's nice. Really? You like that? All right. All right. So the thing about the Panther, the Typhoon shell, is that ever since they reworked it, they made it really flat on top instead of like a trash can. So there's a lot to work with, a lot to display. I love a nanofoon. This will be a Panther, to be fair. This will be this thing. Are they different shape, design, spiral? Yeah, yeah. Here, let's do a skin. We'll do a SKINR. We'll do a little bit of SKINR here. I've never done it on stream, but we'll make it with skin. Here momentarily. So this is for the Panther, right? Skin is kind of fishy. Refi, you're fired. Yeah, cycle repeating is actually really good. It's not perfect. You don't get a brush, but you get almost everything including it. So the permutations would be, you know, infinitesimal, or vice versa, infinite. Let's go back in here real quick. And real quick, we'll just go in here and not save, and I'll show you like what it's like to tinker in here. I've just started messing with this for the first time, and the reason I would ever consider this is because it's fun and because I have a stream. We can get away with doing shit like this. I don't know if it's smart to make your own skins. It seems like a huge waste of money. So only do this if you like have shit to waste, I guess. But I really like this. I went through a bunch of different designs. But here, we'll just make a new one actually, rather than do this. So we'll go create new design. So basically you have a couple of zones, right? So let's just put red in this zone, and then we'll go back to white. Red in this zone, back to white. So we have two different types of camo. We have then highlights here on the black, and then we have finally kind of like the actual black itself. So all of that is customizable, right? There's actually different colors you can get. Some of them are pearlescent, some of them are matte, satin, gloss, metallic, right? So you have a lot of control over the sheen, the shine, but the colors are one thing. The cool part about SKINR is that you get to essentially overlay patterns. I guess I got to do a better base here. Hold on, let me redo this real quick so I can get the base back. You get to overlay patterns and then manipulate them. So for example, let's put this pattern on it and see how it's yellow. Let's just real quick change it to black. Great. So like, you think that's it? Like, that looks kind of cool, right? But no, look, dude. Like, I'm sure you guys know this, but I didn't know this. Like, you can actually like control the positioning of it. You can even do left and right. Very simple, nothing to it. Not so fast. We can also make it bigger. We can also rotate it. And you even have the ability to kind of do an orbital spin, which is changing the perspective from which it comes, right? So you do have a lot of control over this, right? And you can do some interesting patterns. And it's not just one pattern. You actually, I think, get to layer 2. I haven't seen the ability to layer 3 yet, though. So you can layer 2 and then manipulate them and almost recreate something using these various patterns. Looks like there's 100 patterns or so or more. A lot of different things you can work with. I think I used one of these fish scale things on the other one. So let's go back to the other one. And you can kind of see what I did on it is almost like lazy. It wasn't even that complicated. I just pretty much made everything jet black and then put a pattern on top and then just assigned some colors. And then I finally did another pattern on top of everything, the fish scale from the side. So it actually has some depth to it. It looks like it's just matte here, and then you zoom in and it gets even more complicated. Now, past this, I don't really know how it works. You have to finalize the design here. I guess my face is in the way. Here, let me get my fucking fat head out of the way. You can finalize the design down here, and you pay Plex to like lock it in. And then you could like sell it or something or build it. I don't know how it works, dude. It's weird. But I don't really care because it's for the stream. I guess this is my Blops character, but it's like kind of a stream character. The top of the Foon looks like it has Drake docked in it. So anyway, let's try to make another one. Why not? You know, yeah, I've never been a skin guy either, but since I've been streaming and making videos, it's kind of fun to zoom in more than it used to be. Playing solo, I never fucking zoom in. I don't even know what ships look like, you know? I have a crap load of them, but never played a SKINR. Yeah, so basically the black-white things you see are the patterns, and then the colors are just the colors, and those are the two items. I think there's sequencers too, I'm not really sure how it works. So obviously we do like a nice black, so let's just start with black and see what we can add to it, right? Damn. Jesus. Alright, that's kind of cool. This makes it look like cyberpunk. See that? That's really cool. There's other, I don't know how to sort by rarity. Is there a way to sort by rarity? I want to look at just the Empyrean rarity ones. You can kind of see them, they look different. I mean, shit, that's cool as hell. I mean, I love like a nice low saturation dark purple. That's one of my favorite colors, something like that. But I'll probably go away from purple in this one. I think one of the like the multi-tonal ones looks amazing on this. Seriously, like almost one of these top ones looks amazing. I mean, shit, that's cool as hell. It's like a Tron. It's like a Tron Panther. SKINR can do some beautiful stuff. It's a mix. Some are limited use, some are infinite. Okay, interesting. Kugakin says, I've done skins because I wanted something unique for my own chips. There you go. Yeah, if it's important for your aesthetic, yeah, this is the way to do it. Now I'm making content I care more about the skins. Exactly. Animated details. True. You can do those, like hologram thingamajiggers. I forget what they're called, but that's not SKINR. Can you get skin idea and move to another ship? Yep. In fact, that's actually how we get skin lines. So the partner skins we hand out, the medium miasma ones, are like one setup just adjusted for each ship kind of thing. That's why it's all the same colors and patterns across the entire medium miasma. And in fact, a community member made the medium miasmas with SKINR. We have a couple of corp skins for the trig ships, like iridescent black, looks sick. Yeah. It'd be interesting if I could see a way to sort by rarity. But no function there yet. Anyway, I really like the way that this looks. I'm just wondering if there's like another version of it I could do here. I definitely like the red. It's just hard to beat the way this looks. So you could spend hours agonizing over this, I'm sure. Right? But for me, I'll just go with this. We'll go with like a Tron theme for now. We're just going to try to detail this and make it look interesting. So I think something that would be cool, instead of leaving it all black, what if we could texture it just a little bit with some other shade of black? No, it's too much. Like something, yeah, something along the lines of this. Just add a little texture in there before we go further. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for there. There's a little bit more going on the surface here. And the blue kind of matches. Whoa, that's too much. All right, so I'm just going to look at patterns and stuff and see if anything works. I think this detailing is going to be too loud for me. I think. Mr. Willis says, I hate what they did to my carriers. They are out to be up by one Marauder. Yeah. Carriers have fallen. I agree. I agree. I agree. Luckily, Marauders have taken a lot of nerfs lately, yeah? Kind of like the arrow here. If there's some way to like align this in here. It's kind of neat. I guess it's... I don't know if I like it anymore. I don't like this stripe. As soon as I added the color, I'm like, no, that's too much. Is there something smaller I could use? Whoa! Not that one. I love asymmetry. Who doesn't? Alright, we need to reset this. Ooh, we could do something like this to texture it as well. Oof. Alright, we're going absolutely crazy today. Do I get to change the alpha of this at all or no? I don't think I get to change the opacity. Nah, this pattern sucks. You can kind of see how he can get lost in this, though. I quite like this. Let's find a pattern that actually suits me. I kind of liked the stripe on top, but I think something more original is in order. I was going with like a Tron theme at first, but I think I'm going to go with something more interesting. So we get another pattern over here. And I almost wonder what would happen if I used, wait for it, this again, did it in the same color, and then did a little rotato. Oops, not that. Need to do a 180 degrees rotato, and then we slid this bad boy over here. Oh, I need to mirror it, don't I? Let's see, we can't just rotate it. Oof. What about -1? Okay, that's not going to work either. Alright, fair enough. I tried. So let's just try this real quick. Put the pattern in, and instead of rotating it, how do I do a flipperino? It's going to be one of these, isn't it? There it is. No, that didn't flip. What the f— -180 degrees? That's not gonna mirror it, though. We want it to be... You know? I did 180 first and nothing happened, so I'm like, what the f— So let's do 180 again. So now I need to... So basically it is mirrored now. For some reason it shouldn't be mirrored, but it is. You see that? Oh, wait, is it not? Oh, it just... Oh, I thought this was mirrored for some reason and it wasn't accurate. It is. I just wasn't able to see the side. It's not mirrored, it's rotated. I wanted it rotated, not mirrored. I just have a small brain, guys. Don't worry about me. It's okay, don't worry. I'll ask for help when I need help here shortly. Oops. All right, so now we're gonna slide this like this and connect them. And create a bit of a vortex situation. Maybe I should do it out more. I feel like they need to surround this thing. So the other one should be moved a little bit this way. It's interesting. It's very interesting. It doesn't look right there. It needs to be like up more. That's a little bit more accurate. Let's try here and here. I wanted to create like a vortex or like hole effect. I mean, that's pretty badass. I don't know if I like it, but I like the... You see what you do with the idea, right? I think what you'd probably want to do is just tinker with this to make them slightly less exactly uniform, right? What if you flip the 90 degrees? Oh, I see. Both of them. And then recentered them? Alright, let's try that. Alright, so this one's gonna go here. And then this one's gonna go here. Oh, interesting. Wait, hold on. Hold on, this one should be 270. There you go. Wait, it doesn't let me do... Oh, can I do -90 instead? Okay. I was trying to do 270, but it only lets you do 180 in each direction. Got it. I mean, that's pretty slick, actually. Holy shit, I like that. Enhance. Black hole skin. Should we change the coloring on it? Let's see if there's something that works. Ooh, what if we made the whole fucking thing white and just made a black hole on it? That'd be crazy. Hold on, let's try that. Let's make a white theme here. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not sure this is it, but I see potential. I see potential. This isn't dark enough, though. This needs to be dark. It needs to be, like, bolded. So... we increase the scale. Oh, interesting. Let's do 1.25. It's a little messy. Is there another way we could get this circle going? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's a literal black hole. God damn it. All this effort and there's like a literal black hole there. Fuck! I'm so mad right now. Alright. Alright, well, let's not cry over spilt milk. There's been a black hole here all along. From within. It doesn't look as sweet, though. Also, why does it look like fucked up? What's going on with that? It's pretty sick. So what if instead of white, we finally went to a fancy sheen here, just to look at it real quick. Try to make this thing glow like it's a fucking anime weapon. Whatever your favorite color is here. Let me see, what else can we do? I feel like the pattern's off a little bit. I gotta move it up more. Here, and then probably make it a little smaller too. I feel like something else should probably be layered on there though. It's also weird. It's like not perfect. Ooh, I know what we need. Oh, this is gonna make it pop. Check me out. Graphic designers hate this one simple trick. Check this out. Oop, oh, if I just changed it. Fuck. This one. Watch this. You're not gonna believe this. What is this? Oceanic vortex. Ooh, shit, girl. Oh, this is the one I did for my other one. Okay, never mind. I already did that one. Where's the thing I was just looking at? Jagged crystal. No, not that one. Is this it? No. This. Here we go. All right, so check me out. I'm going to do this in black, and I'm going to spin it 90 degrees. Oh, no, sorry. Negative 90 degrees. And I'm going to offset it. Oops. Here. And we're going to make this a two-tone son of a gun. We'll make the changing point. I mean, I think this is about to make this thing disgustingly cool. Hold on. Make it right about there. Maybe. And then we're going to move the hole. We're going to move the black hole and make it smaller. Is there no better black hole than this? I mean, that's fucking wild. Imagine getting killed by that. I'd be pissed. So there might be a better black hole, maybe. The color looks a bit better, yeah. I'm literally just freewheeling it right now. I don't even know what's going on. Maybe we could change this to another gradient, make it look even cooler. Hold on. No. I need a gradient. It literally looks like the black hole is consuming the light. That's disgusting. I mean, that's also kind of cool. No, this is the same one I had. Never mind. I keep falling for that one over and over again. Oops. So I'm not satisfied with the thin nature of that. It just doesn't look good. What is this? What is this? What is this? Reset pattern placement. There we go. Offset, slide it up this way. Interesting. What do we have here? Okay, that's just a symbol. I liked the black hole we made before with this, actually. But we only get 2 slots, I guess. You only get 2. You gotta be careful. You don't want to waste them on something stupid, do you? What's this? Ooh. Ooh. That looks like a doily. I mean, honestly, that looks fucking insane. That's some fancy ass shit. It's like some designer shit. Now, the back end, I'm not satisfied with. The butt skis. There's not a lot going on back there. Oh, hi chat. What's going on? I forgot I was streaming. Is anybody still watching this? 72 people on Twitch are watching me zone out and like tinker. Moving the sun to front. Yeah, this looks kind of nice how it's around that. I like that a lot. It looks very high end. Skin. Oops. By the way, I'm going to make a bunch of these and have you guys vote on which ones for me to use. You right? 7.5, 8, 9. That looks good. Sup, Hollyoak? Pirate software can never do this. It's true. The mighty Thor has fallen so far. It's the year of the Chlorokin. It's true. Zentini says, I'm listening to you vibe on skins while I mine. I love that. Ever thought about running a Freeport in JSpace? Of course. I think everybody's kind of thought of that. The only real successful implementation I've seen of this style is Wormlife, and they do it to this day. They have a lot of Freeports for general JSpace usage, but mostly PI. I personally have no interest because you'd kind of have to arrange a defense contract too, and that kind of just is like, bleh, you know? But I think it's a noble effort for what it's worth. I think it's cool. Maybe doing a pattern on the back is not the way to go at all. Maybe I should just do another symbol and do it overlaying. Oh my god, that looks so sick. Do we have an undo keybind for this? We need some keybinds for this. Jesus, this is starting to look really cool. I don't know if I want it to overlap necessarily, but I think we can actually make it not overlap or make it look cooler if we rotate this just a little bit, right? I almost like it without the rotation. Could do that. I think I like it without. I don't know about this. I love the way that it breaks up the back though. I think that's sick. What if we spun it around? This way. Oh wow, it's long. That's a long boy. Alright, never mind. I do like the way this looks though, actually. I don't want to sleep on this. These lines are actually really appealing. Just not sure how I should go about implementing them. It's just, I don't like the way it clashes back here. There's no way around that. I'm gonna have to look for other ones. What? That looks awesome. What the f... Oh my god, that looks cool. That really does pop. I've never seen a Typhoon look or feel like that. That is nasty. Maybe we can adjust these colors. I don't know if it has to be shiny. I'm almost wondering if just a matte white would be cooler here. Ooh. Ooh. I think I might want to leave this like this. Oops, it's not that one. It's... Where is it? Here we go. Where was it? Uh-oh. Here we go. I think I'm going to change this one to matte. Leave one of those. That is really crazy looking. I mean, that's not... I don't know if I like it better than my other one, but that's nice, man. And the highlights, the cam... Oh, look at that. Alright, we definitely got a winning crowd. The only question is, do we keep the camo kind of with a blue tint like this? Or do we look for another style of sheen? What about this one? Pink? I don't know if pink's the way to go on this one. Obviously, we don't want that. It's too clashing. So it'd be between this or this. Or this. I think this is the way to go, yeah. I feel like this is too RGB. Whereas this is real tasteful. This might be too noisy up here. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell. At a glance, this looks amazing, though. I mean, that's a really fancy skin. What the fuck? Let's save that. Fancy Feast. Panther. There you go. My kid, Alec, seeing in space would be sick. Yeah. Oh, you like this one? Is this one doing it for you? Hold on. I'm not even reading. Zentini, good to see you. Pirate Software, I mean, I don't know how relevant he is. I mean, I hope he figures out what he did wrong and grows. More life for cool folk, yeah, 100%. We've been hired to prevent from getting evicted. I love that. That's a win-win. Who, Worm Life? Yeah, they have so many freaking buildings up. They have Fortizars and everything. So here's our first one. This is called Hypnotizing Seafoam. And I suppose it's not as detailed, but it does have this like scaly texture to it, which makes it look like a sea creature. And then the Fancy Feast Panther, which the lines on it are like so like, seriously, they're like, it makes it look like a designer, you know, style implementation. I'm not sure if maybe I should make this bigger, the wheel, and pull that back, but I think it's pretty good proportionally. You think 2 accounts Nomad with Odyssey viable? Yes, I do. Nguyen, I do. How are you, buddy? Gucci shipskin? Yeah, kind of. It has that designer feel of like almost like an old school fancy thing to it. Maybe we should do another one next week too, and then we'll vote on them and I'll buy the right one. Maybe I can buy all of them and hand a few out for fun, just as a celebration. We're only gonna like make the good ones though. But yeah, I encourage you to go to the SKINR as well and fuck around with it. Now, to be fair, you have to like train skills and it's kind of expensive, but if you like this type of stuff, it could be quite entertaining for you, probably. But for me, boys and girls, I'm donezo. I'm out this bee. Super fun stream today. We kind of buttoned up the patches. We probably won't talk about the patch too much anymore until it's time to actually use it. And then we'll probably show some stuff on stream, yeah? In the meantime, you can expect to see me bright and early on Monday. And I hope to see you there. Been having a lot of fun with these NPSIs. Indefinitely paused. We'll see when I get the piss and vinegar back in me. But just want to say thank you, everybody, for the support, for the cool chats, for the good vibes, for hearing me ramble. Much love. Sayersfield, Mad Mike, Nguyen, Hugh, and everybody else over on YouTube, Life, Willis, thank you all for coming. Happy I mirror over to YouTube. Good to see you guys over there. And of course, over on Twitch, Jokey Pokey, C-Tom, Meek, Drone Bay, Pagel, Scotty, I love you guys. Thank you so much for showing up every single stream, seeing what's up with me, challenging me when necessary, being nice to me most of the time. Much love. Take care, Pagel. Psycho repeating, take care. See you, buddy. Cranit, you have a good one. Koname, I will see you soon, surely. You're not going to let me get away that easy, are you? Gerald, 07, buddy. Great video, Drone Bay, once again. Gravy, I'll see you around. I will be available tomorrow and Sunday at various hours for some sweet dropping action and or a corp organization. So you'll hear stories on Monday. Cumby Bear, take care. Ivan, good to see you, buddy. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And yeah, let's send you guys off to the Marine Mammal Rescue once again because, you know, otters are good for the brain. If you want some eye bleach and you want to cleanse your palate and see some cool animals, stick around on Twitch, YouTube. I will see you